Chapter 1556. A lake, a thatched hut, a table made of dried grass, a futon made of dry grass, and a book that seemed to be made of dry grass. Chunzong walked out slowly, walked to the table, and sat down on the futon. The moment he sat down, the seemingly unremarkable praying mat was unexpectedly soft beyond imagination. It was as if his entire body was about to sink into it. It was extremely comfortable, but that kind of softness was not limitless. It also had an astonishing toughness that supported his body. It was both flexible and tough, extremely comfortable and extremely fitting. As soon as he sat down, Chunzong felt as if he had let go of everything and removed all the pressure. He felt relaxed from the heart to the body, as if he had put down all the burdens. But this kind of relaxation was not lax. Slowly exhaling, Chunzong felt as if all his distracting thoughts were blown away by the wind, and they instantly dissipated. He felt refreshed, and his thoughts were incomparably clear. His soul was transparent and clear. Looking calm and composed, Chunzong calmly raised his hand, and his fingers fell on the book on the table. The strange touch was like an electric current, which made Chunzong's eyes light up slightly. When he flipped open the cover, he saw 6 words that looked like dancing dragons and snakes. The picture of 24 dragons and snakes. The picture of 24 dragons and snakes? Chunzong was a little confused and curious. Immediately, he opened the paper that seemed to be made of dried grass again, and the first picture came into view. It was a simple black stroke that outlined the outline of a dragon and a snake on the yellowish-white paper. It looked very simple, like simple lines, but Chunzong could immediately tell which was the dragon and which was the snake at a glance. Dragon in the sky, snake on ground. What did it mean? Or what did it mean? For a moment, Chunzong did not understand. Immediately, he turned to the second page. It was still a very simple drawing of a dragon and a snake, but compared to the first picture, it seemed to be more lively. The dragon in the sky was in a diving posture, while the snake on the ground was coiled up and looking up at the sky. But Chunzong still did not understand. What did it mean? The third picture was also a simple drawing of a dragon and a snake, but it was more lively. The dragon was about to dive down, and the snake was about to soar into the sky. Chunzong looked at the pictures one by one. For each picture, he would pause for more than 10 breaths to think slowly, but he could not find any clues. In the 24th painting, dragons and snakes were so lifelike that they looked as if they were about to leap out of the paper. They had already intertwined and danced, accompanied by the coexistence of water and fire, the true sun and the moon. It seemed to contain some kind of supreme mystery. However, Chunzong was unable to comprehend anything as he stared at it. He only felt that it seemed to contain an incomparably profound profundity. But as for where the profundity lay, he was unable to comprehend it at all. Was this the so-called opportunity? It should be. It must be. It was just that he hadn't found the main point and was unable to comprehend the profundities contained within it. Chunzong was not discouraged. No matter what, it was an opportunity and inheritance left by the Emperor Lingwu. If it was so easy to get, it would be too easy. Calming himself down, Chunzong slowly comprehended and continued to comprehend. He started from the first picture again, looking at and comprehending it one by one. He looked at it slowly and flipped through it quickly. Chunzong used all kinds of methods to comprehend it, but he could not understand anything. He only felt that it was unfathomable. It felt like he knew that there was a lot of wealth in a certain place, but he could not get there no matter how hard he tried. Calm down. Concentrate. Comprehend. Chunzong did not let go of any details. The dragon and snake pictures, from the initial simple picture on the paper to the end, were vivid and seemed to jump out. It was a gradual process. In addition, the water and fire, sun and moon did not appear at the beginning. They also appeared one after another later. After observing it over and over again, Chunzong felt that he had almost turned the whole book to mush. Only then did he find a trace of pattern. The fire seemed to be accompanied by the dragon. The water seemed to be accompanied by the snake. What was the connection? Or what was the mystery? The sun seemed to be closely related to the fire and the dragon. The moon seemed to be closely related to the water and the snake. What was the mystery behind it? Dragon and snake, water and fire, sun and moon. Chunzong vaguely felt that the mystery of the 24 pictures lay in the third or sixth. If he could understand the key, he could understand the mystery of the 24 pictures of dragons and snakes and obtain the so-called opportunity or inheritance. The second heaven, the third heaven, the 10th heaven. One by one, the peerless geniuses found the opportunity and began the assessment. Generally speaking, anyone could pass the assessment and obtain the opportunity. However, it was not clear whether they could obtain the best part of the opportunity. Emperor Lingwu seemed to have divided the levels according to the level of the assessment. However, this assessment was not so easy to pass. Some were at a loss at the beginning, like Chunzong, and did not know how to comprehend it. Some assessments were very straightforward, and that was to defeat a strong enemy. However, the enemy's strength was too strong. Time passed slowly. Chunzong stayed in the straw hut every day to comprehend the 24 pictures of dragons and snakes. Day after day passed, but he still could not get the hang of it. Chunzong was not anxious or discouraged. When he was comprehending, he would walk out of the straw hut and stand on the small island outside the straw hut, facing the lake, and draw his sword to practice his sword technique. Unorganized, irregular, following his heart, dancing at will. With his Saint Realm cultivation, Chunzong did not have to worry about food and drink. Although the world's qi here was not rich, it was quite pure, enough to sustain all his consumption. Moreover, there was a lot of dry food in the storage ring. Comprehend the 24 pictures of dragons and snakes. Cultivate the cultivation method. Practice the sword. Drink wine in leisure. Chunzong forgot the passage of time. It was difficult to feel the passage of time here. The more he comprehended, the more he felt that the mystery of the 24 pictures of dragons and snakes was right in front of him. However, it seemed to be separated by a layer of gauze, and his eyes were misty. There was no hurry. Take it slow. More haste, less speed. As long as he kept comprehending and accumulating, there would eventually be a time when the conditions were right. What Chunzong did not know was that the people who came here in the past to comprehend the 24 pictures of dragons and snakes had different final results. This time, Chunzong finished practicing his sword technique and started comprehending again. Dragons in the sky and snakes on the ground. Could it be that they symbolized the division between heaven and earth? A trace of enlightenment emerged, but Chunzong grasped the vague feeling. This seemed to be the direction of comprehension. However, what were water and fire, sun and moon? For a moment, Chunzong temporarily put down water and fire, sun and moon, and grasped the trace of enlightenment. He tried his best to comprehend, maximizing his superb comprehension ability to the extreme. After comprehending some mysteries, Chunzong suddenly had an idea. He walked out of the straw hut and drew his sword to practice. For a moment, the sword technique changed drastically. When the sword was drawn, it was like a snake winding across the ground, over the grass, over the water, and into the cave. It changed again. It was like a dragon soaring in the sky, riding the 9 heavens and roaming the 4 seas, wandering in all directions. Snake and dragon, dragon and snake. In the sword light, there were sometimes snake shadows and sometimes heavenly dragons soaring. Vaguely, one could hear the hissing sound of a snake sticking out its tongue, and also hear the resounding and earth-shattering roar of a dragon. The dragon and snake intertwined in the sword light, as if dancing, giving birth to an indescribable beauty. Dragon and snake, hardness and softness. The sword light paused, and a trace of enlightenment emerged in Chunzong's mind, which he caught. He quietly comprehended, standing still on the small island in the middle of the lake, as if he had become a statue. He did not know the passage of time or the passage of time. All of a sudden, Chunzong drew his sword again. This time, the sword was as agile and light as a snake, as domineering and fierce as a dragon, as strong and powerful as a dragon, as soft and pure as it could be. Dragon and snake intertwined, hardness and softness combined. When the sword was drawn, it seemed to shatter the void under the sword, creating a vacuum. It felt like a transparent brush had drawn across, leaving behind a sword trajectory that was difficult to see with the naked eye, which slowly dissipated. It seemed like an ordinary sword, but Chunzong felt that the power contained in it was very terrifying. This sword seemed to have broken some kind of shackle and boundary, which made Chunzong feel that his attainments in the way of the sword had improved further. Immediately, in the divine sea, there seemed to be a fierce wind whistling, and the clouds and clouds gathered. The heart sword Tao, that had been slowly transforming after the heavenly wind tribulation, was evolving and transforming in even more astonishing speed at this moment. This was a qualitative improvement. Standing in the same place, Chunzong closed his eyes, and his aura was completely restrained and still, as if he had turned into a statue. Abruptly, an extremely terrifying aura gushed out from Chunzong's body. It was formless and incorporeal, yet extremely sharp. It soared up into the sky, as though it wanted to shatter the 9 heavens, piercing through the skies of the first heavenly layer. Endless invisible sword chi surrounded Chunzong and quickly swept out, crazily strangling. Within a radius of dozens of meters, with Chunzong as the center, everything was attacked by the sword chi, and the ground was cut and shattered one after another. The sword chi was rampant. Chunzong's body naturally floated into the air dozens of meters above the ground. Invisible sword chi surrounded an area of dozens of meters, covering the top, bottom, left, right, front, and back. It was like a ball of invisible sword chi with a diameter of dozens of meters, completely enveloping Chunzong. In the middle of it, Chunzong seemed to be in control of everything, including the thousands of invisible sword chi. After a short moment, the invisible sword chi dispersed and seemed to have concealed itself in the sky, vanishing without a trace. Chunzong's body slowly descended to the ground once more. His back was straight like a sword, and it was still suffused with a shocking sharpness that caused others to be unable to look directly at him. His eyelids lightly trembled as his eyes slowly opened, and a wisp of extremely sharp, bright light shot out like a material blade that pierced through everything. This bright light seemed to have transformed into material form, and it possessed lethality as if it was a real sword chi. It was sufficient to shatter the mind and will of a weaker person with a single stare and cause the person to be terrified to death. It was extremely terrifying. This is the might of a top-grade Tao will. Chunzong couldn't help but think in his heart, and there was indescribable shock in his heart. Yes, the Heart Sword Tao had finally transformed from high grade to top grade. Even though it was still at the 6th revolution, its might had multiplied. This sort of multiplication was comprehensive, and it was a multiplication from the root. It possessed immeasurable benefits, and it caused Chunzong's strength to become even more powerful. Since ancient times, it was extremely difficult to comprehend and grasp high-grade Tao will, whereas top-grade Tao was even limited to legends to a certain extent. Chapter 1557. I haven't been to the gym for half a month. I feel old if I go again today. The sky was desolate, and the ground was boundless. This was like a barren world. Only the lake and the weeping willows on the shore were the places of life. On the small island in the middle of the lake, Chunzong stood still. The light in his eyes was restrained, and traces of fluorescent light surrounded him. He had gained a lot from this epiphany. According to his estimation, the Heart Sword Tao intent would take at least 1 to 3 years to successfully transform from advanced to peak level, and its power would increase greatly. But now, it seemed to have shortened the time by 1 to 3 years and transformed directly. For a prodigy like Chunzong, whether it was 3 years or 1 year, there would be obvious changes in his strength. Therefore, the sooner the Heart Sword Tao intent completed its transformation, the better. In addition to the great increase in power from the transformation of the Heart Sword Tao intent to peak level, the profound meaning of the sword had been strengthened. The accumulation of the Tao of the sword had been more vigorous, and the power of each sword had been strengthened. These benefits were not only reflected in the obvious increase in his current strength, but also in the great increase in his future cultivation potential. In this way, it seemed that the gains from entering the Lingwu sacred ground were already very good. His efforts were not in vain. Turning around, Chunzong stepped into the straw hut again and opened the 24 dragons and snakes painting. He looked at the first painting. It was the simplest, but its appearance had changed greatly. Chunzong seemed to see two sword lights. One was strong, and the other was flexible. One was a sky dragon, and the other was an earth snake. From the first to the 8th painting, the dragons and snakes intersected. In Chunzong's eyes, the profoundness of the painting seemed to be a sword technique or sword technique. Then, the dragons and snakes seemed to come alive. They jumped out of the paper and rushed toward Chunzong's forehead, jumping into his divine sea. The divine sea was vast, and it meandered freely. The dragons and snakes danced and intersected, containing infinite profoundness. It seemed to be enough for him to spend a lifetime studying, comprehending, and cultivating. When he comprehended the profoundness of the 8 simple paintings, he released an indescribable divine light. So, this is an opportunity. Chunzong was enlightened. What he had comprehended just now was just his own comprehension. But now, the mysteries of the 8 dragon-snake diagrams had fused into his divine sea and into his soul, allowing him to comprehend them on a deeper level. This was where the true opportunity lay. Immediately after, a trace of understanding appeared. As long as he was willing, he could immediately leave this place, leave the Lingwu Holy Land, and appear in the outside world. Does this mean that my trip to the Lingwu Holy Land is over? The mysteries contained in the 8 diagrams of dragons and snakes were unfathomable. Even though Chunzong had only comprehended a part of it, he still felt that it was amazing. It was enough for him to spend a lot of time and energy to further comprehend it. That would be of great help to his future cultivation. In that case, should he stay here and continue comprehending? Or just leave? No. Chunzong's expression changed slightly. How could he think of leaving? If it wasn't for his strong soul and tenacious will, he would probably have already made his choice. 8 dragon snake paintings. Those were only 8 dragon snake diagrams. And there were 24 complete dragon snake diagrams. He had only comprehended 1/3 of the mysteries. There were still 2/3. In an instant, Chunzong only felt that his mind was clear, as if there was a clear stream flowing through. He wasn't in a hurry to leave, because there were still 2/3 of the 24 dragon snake diagrams that he hadn't comprehended. If I'm not wrong, the 24 dragon snake diagrams could be divided into 3 levels. Chunzong's eyes flashed continuously, and he secretly said, "The first level, which is the level I've comprehended, is the dragon snake tier. Then, the second level, with the addition of water and fire, is the fire-water tier. And the third level, with the addition of sun and moon, can be considered the sun-moon tier." Little did he know that Chunzong's overall classification was about the same, only the names were different. This was indeed the opportunity of the first heaven. The 24 dragon snake diagrams could indeed be divided into 3 levels. And those who entered in the past mostly only comprehended the first level. There seemed to be a mysterious and unfathomable power. When one comprehended the first level, under the influence of that mysterious power, they would subconsciously ignore the other 2 levels and focus on the first level. Once they were satisfied, they would choose to leave. Even after leaving, they wouldn't think too much and would only focus on comprehending the first level. Moreover, they couldn't record it down, nor could they pass it on. They could only comprehend and cultivate by themselves. A few people could resist the interference of the mysterious power of the first level and continue to comprehend, but they might not be able to comprehend the second level, because it was even more mysterious. And a few people could comprehend the second level's mysteries, but they couldn't resist the influence of the mysterious power and had no chance of comprehending the third level. Each level was harder to comprehend. At this moment, Chunzong was comprehending the second level. Besides the dragon snake diagrams, there was also water and fire. The dragon snake diagrams danced, and water and fire mixed. Chunzong was still not anxious or discouraged. Previously, besides comprehending, he cultivated and mainly practiced the sword. This was because Chunzong found that his infinite sword chain and the dragon snake diagrams seemed to have a kind of coincidence. When the infinite sword chain was created, Chunzong gave it various changes and combinations of forces. For example, fast and slow, strong and weak, hard and soft, and so on. All kinds of completely different and even opposite forces intertwined and merged under the sword. And then the essence and mystery of the infinite sword chain was deduced. However, since the creation of the infinite sword chain, Chunzong also knew very well that this swordsmanship was still at a superficial level, even if he continued to comprehend. And the more he comprehended, the more Chunzong found that this swordsmanship he created seemed to have amazing potential, surpassing everything else. Now that he had comprehended the 8 dragon snake diagrams and obtained a trace of its mystery, he integrated it into his swordsmanship and the infinite sword chain. Immediately, Chunzong felt the improvement of his swordsmanship, a kind of transformation that was close to the essence. Practice the sword. Forget everything. Keep practicing the sword. Integrate all the mysteries he had into it, and deduce the ultimate mystery. Practicing the sword instead of meditating, the effect was unexpectedly better. Chunzong had never expected that the infinite sword chain that he had created would actually be compatible with the dragon snake diagram, achieving the same result through different means. Integrating the hard and soft forces of the dragon snake diagrams into the swordsmanship actually made the swordsmanship more perfect and powerful. Once he started practicing, there was no end to it. Countless sword lights spread out in all directions. Imperceptibly, the mystery of the infinite sword chain became more perfect and clear. The sword lights stopped, and the long sword returned to its scabbard. Chunzong slowly exhaled a breath, and the breath was as sharp as a sword, piercing through the air. The breath was endless and full of power, and it had amazing power, penetrating the sky and hitting the lake. The infinite sword chain can be divided into 3 levels and 3 realms. The first realm is the chain, the second realm is the infinite, and the third realm is the infinite. Even more insights emerged, causing Chunzong to vaguely grasp something, but he was unable to grasp it for a moment. Chain, infinite, infinite. The dragon snake realm. Water is endless and can nourish and destroy all things. Fire is fierce and violent and can burn everything into ashes and can also breed life from the ashes, practicing the sword, using the sword to comprehend everything. Chunzong had a deeper understanding of the first realm, the dragon snake realm, and vaguely grasped the mystery of the second realm, the water and fire realm. As soon as he learned the basics, even more insights emerged. The sword was unsheathed again, and the sword light turned into a dancing dragon and snake. Immediately, with the dragon, a blazing breath spread out, like the heat of fire and the fury of fire. When the sword was a snake, it was accompanied by a trace of coolness, like the gurgling of water, and also like a torrent. Countless mysteries were deduced from the sword. Water and fire, snake and dragon intertwined and mingled endlessly. Gradually, the breath of water merged into the snake, and the breath of fire merged into the dragon. The fusion of hardness and softness combined. The fusion of heat and coolness. The fusion of water and fire. A sword technique was displayed, and it was even more shocking, and its power was even more terrifying. The endless mysteries were all in the sword. After the demonstration, the sword returned to its sheath, and Chunzong stepped into the straw hut again and opened the 24 dragon snake paintings. Suddenly, the dragon snake, water and fire from the 9th to the 16th paintings leaped out and turned into rays of light, rushing into Chunzong's spirit sea, and the mysteries penetrated his soul. An indescribable sense of satisfaction filled his heart and mind, and it made Chunzong feel that the gains from this trip were unexpectedly shocking, and it was time to leave. Indeed, top-grade Tao insight. His attainments in sword techniques were even more brilliant. The cultivation of the infinite chainsword was even clearer and more perfect. The 16 dragon snake paintings were endless. Such gains were very shocking. He felt satisfied, and it was normal. Then it was time to leave. But for some reason, there was always a trace of unwillingness lingering in the depths of his heart, and it made Chunzong hesitate, and he did not make a choice for a long time. His eyes were filled with confusion, and he was hesitant to advance or retreat. Chunzong rarely appeared in such a situation. When practicing the sword, one could not hesitate, or the sword would be unstable and inaccurate. Chunzong's current state was not what a qualified sword cultivator should have, but just so happened. He was hesitating, and struggling. Then an extremely sharp light flashed in Chunzong's eyes, and it was like the edge of a sword that cut through everything. The confusion was torn apart and dispersed, and it disappeared. What replaced it was an unparalleled firmness, a firmness that was not confused or affected by anything. 16 dragon snake paintings, but not 24. Chunzong smiled slightly. He had almost given up the chance to continue comprehending. Fortunately, his heart sword Dao insight had evolved to top grade, and it had imperceptibly strengthened his mind and willpower. If it were other sword intents, they would not have such an effect. After all, the heart sword Dao insight originated from the heart. Since that was the case, he began to comprehend the last 8 paintings, which he named the last level of the Sun-Moon tier. The dragon snake paintings were clearer and more agile, and the water and fire paintings were more obvious. Besides, from the 17th painting onwards, a large sun and a dim moon appeared. They looked very weak and faint, and one could vaguely catch a trace of their outline. If it were not for the charm contained in them, Chunzong would only think that they were scribbles. And in the next painting, the large sun and the dim moon were clearer, more agile, and more realistic. Chapter 1558. 10th Heaven of the Lingwu Sacred Land. Mystical power. It's actually a minor mystical power. The great mystic saint's eyes were extremely sharp, and his tone was very excited. There were naturally mystical powers in the great mystic saint palace, but even though he was the great mystic saint's son, he was not qualified to cultivate them now. The heavy mystic force field, that time, was already his limit. Of course, he could cultivate the mystical powers in the great mystic saint palace sooner or later, but he still needed time. He did not expect to pass the test in the 10th heaven of the Lingwu sacred land and receive a minor mystical power. Mystical powers were rare and precious. The great mystic saint palace was the #1 force in the great mystic realm, but even they did not have many mystical powers. According to what the great mystic saint's son knew, there were only 2 minor mystical powers. As for major mystical powers, they were legends. In addition, the more mystical powers that could be cultivated, the better. Moreover, the minor mystical powers that he received this time could be directly initiated, saving him a lot of hard work. Once initiated, he could display amazing power. The great mystic saint's son had gained something, and so did the others. In the first heaven, Chunzong was still comprehending. Dragon and snake, water and fire. Now was the sun and moon. Since ancient times, the sun and moon had always alternated, like the rotation of day and night, like the alternation of the 4 seasons. But in this 24 dragon and snake diagram, the sun and moon shone together. But there were dragons and snakes, hardness and softness, water and fire mixed, and the sun and moon shone together. It was nothing. The mystery was in it. The first and second levels were the foundation, and helped to comprehend the 3rd level of the sun and moon realm. Practicing the sword was a very good way to comprehend. In the past, different peerless prodigies comprehended the opportunities of the first heaven in different ways, and the final results were also different. For example, Chunzong mainly cultivated the sword and comprehended with the sword, which was more efficient. And the final comprehension was closely related to the sword, directly or indirectly increasing the potential and power of the sword. Outside the straw hut, Chunzong practiced the sword, comprehending with the sword. Sword light rose like dragons and snakes dancing, and water and fire mixed together. Dragon, snake, water, fire. Every sword strike was both hard and soft, violent and soft. Soon after, a sword rose. It was as if a fire dragon was dancing in the air. His body coiled up and transformed into a blazing sun that emitted shocking light and heat. The sun hung high in the sky. The great sun descended, and the second sword rose, transforming into a crescent moon that hung in the sky. Practicing the sword. The great sun and the serene moon condensed and hung in the sky, reflecting each other's brilliance. Sun and moon shine together. Chunzong entered the thatched hut and opened the 24 dragon snake diagrams. The mysteries of the last 8 diagrams immediately rushed into his mind and penetrated deep into his soul. Chunzong sank his consciousness into the divine sea. The divine sea was vast and boundless, as if it was a world of its own. The deity ocean was not empty. It was as if several kinds of Tao wills were manifested in the deity ocean, each in a different direction. Soon after, a dragon and a snake condensed, one above and one below. Then water rushed over and fire burned in the air, surrounding the dragon and snake. A huge sun quietly appeared, occupying the eastern part of the divine sea, illuminating the flames and the heavenly dragon. A dim moon slowly condensed, occupying the western part of the divine sea, soaking in the flowing water and the earth serpent. He had comprehended all 24 dragon snake diagrams. However, he had not fully comprehended them yet. He needed to spend a lot of time and energy to comprehend them. Chunzong felt that this might not be inferior to the benefits that the Heartsword Seal had brought him. The Heartsword Seal had allowed him to embark on the true path of cultivation and rise from insignificance. The 24 dragon snake diagrams, on the other hand, would allow him to continue on the path of cultivation, pursue a stronger path, and see more mysteries. Chunzong could not help but exhale a long breath. This fortuitous encounter was not bad at all. If the other 9 heavens opportunities were better than his, Chunzong could not imagine what kind of opportunity it would be. In fact, Chunzong did not know that the opportunities in the 10 heavens of the Lingwu sacred land were about the same. The difference was in one's ability. For example, in the first heaven, if one left after comprehending the dragon snake realm, then the opportunity would be the worst. It could not be compared to the opportunities in the 9 heavens. If one could comprehend the fire-water realm, then it would be comparable to the opportunities in the middle heavens. And if one could comprehend the sun-moon realm, then it would be comparable to the opportunities in the 9 heavens. Without a doubt, the opportunities in the 10th heaven were the best. As for the opportunities in the 9 heavens below the 10th heaven, although there were differences, the differences were not big. Since ancient times, there were very, very few who could comprehend all 3 levels in the first heaven and obtain all 24 dragon snake diagrams. Even if there were, it was in a very distant era, more than 10,000 years from now. Most of them only obtained the first level of the dragon snake realm. Therefore, it was said that the opportunities in the first heaven were the worst. But Chunzong did not know this. He only felt that the 24 dragon snake diagrams would be of great help to his future cultivation. Having obtained the 24 dragon snake diagrams, Chunzong could choose to leave the Lingwu sacred land. However, Chunzong was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stayed here and continued to comprehend. Obtaining the 24 dragon snake diagrams could only be considered as a beginner. He still needed to spend a lot of time and energy to deepen his comprehension and comprehend more mysteries for his own use. This place was very suitable for him to comprehend. He could use the method of sword practice to comprehend, perfect, and improve his own swordsmanship. Dragon snake, water and fire, sun and moon, these were the 3 levels, which were also the 3 realms. Here, the sun did not rise and the moon did not set. There was no alternation between day and night. It was difficult to feel the passage of time. Chunzong forgot everything else and was completely immersed in the comprehension of the 24 dragon snake diagrams. Every time he practiced the sword, every time he comprehended, he gained something. Gradually, Chunzong felt that there was no difference between the three levels of dragon snake: water and fire, sun and moon. The three levels were of the same level, but the emphasis was different. However, Chunzong also felt that the three levels were similar in some way. There seemed to be something in common. The similarity seemed to be the true essence of the 24 dragon snake diagrams. It was the deepest mystery of the 24 dragon snake diagrams. Of course, it did not mean that the 24 dragon snake diagrams were useless. On the contrary, it was very useful. At least, after continuous comprehension, Chunzong felt that his swordsmanship had improved significantly. His attainments in swordsmanship were more profound, and his accumulation was more vigorous. The essence and mystery hidden under the 24 dragon snake diagrams was like an extension. If he could not fully comprehend it, he could still comprehend and cultivate the 24 dragon snake diagrams without any influence. If he could fully comprehend it, he could gain even more. But since he knew that there were more profound mysteries hidden in it, Chunzong naturally would not let it go. The deepest mysteries are closely related to dragon snake, water and fire, sun and moon, Chunzong thought to himself. The sword was moving, and so was the heart. Traces of mysteries were constantly appearing and being captured by Chunzong. Dragon snake, water and fire, sun and moon. What were the similarities? It was a point that fit the three. Chunzong had a feeling that that point was the core of everything, and it was where the mystery of the 24 dragon snake diagrams lay. Sometimes, if you did not fully comprehend it, you would be at a loss, as if you were in the clouds and fog. But if you fully comprehended it, you would be able to see the moon through the clouds and fog. Now, Chunzong was in the process of dispelling the fog, but he kept exerting force. He could not dispel the fog. Instead, the fog kept surging. The dragon in the sky is the strongest and strongest. The snake on the ground is the softest and purest. The fire is fierce and violent, and the water is endless. The sun is grand and upright, and the moon is cold and tranquil. Chunzong was lost in thought. In the divine sea, dragons and snakes danced, water and fire circled, and the sun and moon alternated, deducing the mysterious mysteries. It was mysterious, immeasurable, and boundless. What is the mystery? Chunzong became more and more immersed in it. He had the spirit of not giving up until he understood it. He pressed forward and never looked back. His belief was firm. It was the only way, the purest, and the most sincere way. Everyone was working hard. No matter what opportunity they got in each level of heaven, they had to work hard to comprehend it, strive to master more, and improve themselves. This kind of opportunity only came once in 1,000 years. If they grasped it, it would be of great benefit to their future cultivation. The Taishan saint was proud, but he would not be complacent. He knew that he was very talented, but he would not think that he was invincible, because his goal was not to be a peer, but to surpass his predecessors, to surpass others. Empty words were useless. He had to work hard, do his best, and keep cultivating, striving, and improving. If he did not work hard, he would be surpassed, no matter how talented he was. Cultivation was cruel. You would never be treated better because of your talent. If you did not work hard, you would eventually be eliminated. In the thatched hut on the island in the center of the lake, in the first level of the Lingwu sacred land, Chunzong sat cross-legged on a futon made of dried grass. This futon helped him to calm down and concentrate, and it was also helpful for him to comprehend all the mysteries. Sitting like this, Chunzong did not know how much time had passed. Dragon and snake, water and fire, sun and moon. The three mysteries emerged and bloomed in his spirit sea. His comprehension deepened. Countless insights emerged, but they were all eliminated by Chunzong. Because under Chunzong's superb comprehension, he found that those were not the deepest mysteries contained in the 24 dragons and snakes portrait. It was like looking for a speck of sand in a desert. It was very difficult, but Chunzong worked tirelessly. This feeling of searching for the mysteries was very wonderful and intoxicating. After that, A trace of understanding surged into Chun Zong's mind, and his heart throbbed intensely. This throbbing was not fear or panic, but excitement. It seemed to indicate that he had found the right direction. Dragon and snake, fire and water, sun and moon. Dragon, fire and sun. Snake, water and moon. The sun was yang, and the fire was fierce and violent. It was also yang. The dragon in the sky was noble and domineering. It was also yang. The dragon, fire and sun were yang. On the other hand, the snake, water, and moon were yin. The deepest mysteries contained in the 24 dragons and snake's portrait were yin and yang. Yin and yang were the principles of heaven and earth, but it gave Chunzong a feeling that it was so high and difficult to reach. Chunzong had never thought of comprehending the so-called mysteries of yin and yang. The level was too high, much higher than his current level, and it was not something he could comprehend. But he did not expect that the opportunity obtained here would let him come into contact with the profound mysteries of yin and yang. As for the cultivation methods and martial arts with the meaning of yin and yang that he knew in the past, they were only a little close, so they were called that. They were far from the real mysteries of yin and yang. But at this moment, Chunzong could be sure that the deepest mysteries of the 24 dragons and snake's portrait were yin and yang. Chapter 1559. On the small island in the middle of the lake, in the thatched cottage, Chunzong opened his eyes. The fog was swept away, and his eyes were crystal clear. It turns out that I haven't fully comprehended it. The 24 dragons and snakes portrait not only contains dragons and snakes, water and fire, sun and moon, but also heaven and earth. Heaven and earth were inconspicuous in the 24 dragons and snakes portrait, but they were everywhere. For example, the dragons were in the sky, and the snakes were on the ground. They secretly contained heaven and earth. The fire was in the sky, and the water was on the ground. They also secretly contained heaven and earth. The sun and moon were in the sky, and under the sun and moon was the ground. Dragons and snakes, water and fire, sun and moon, heaven and earth, all of these mysteries eventually turned into yin and yang. The way of yin and yang was the supreme mystery. Dispelling the fog, the moon shone. Chunzong had this feeling now. It was wonderful. This is the biggest opportunity. Chunzong couldn't help but exhale and say to himself. He was sure that his harvest would be no worse than others. Yin and yang. The two words came out of Chunzong's mouth with a unique rhythm. It seemed to bring about some kind of fluctuation. In an instant, Chunzong was shocked. Everything around him was fading, and in the end, it disappeared. It turned into chaos, and he was floating in the middle of the chaos. Where am I? Chunzong didn't know. He was on high alert. He didn't know why this change happened. Immediately, as if an abundant and irresistible force came, Chunzong couldn't move. Even his thoughts were frozen. A figure appeared in front of Chunzong out of thin air. It seemed to be close, but also seemed to be far away. It seemed to be the same size as him, but also seemed to be infinitely high, like an ancient mountain. The figure was a little faint. It was surrounded by a halo of indescribable color. It was extremely mysterious, filled with the truth of heaven and earth, and explained the profound mystery. Lin Wu. The figure opened its mouth. Its voice seemed to be calm, but also mighty and filled with chaos. Lin Wu. Chunzong was shocked, and his eyes widened. Emperor Lin Wu. Junior, I don't know who you are, but if you can comprehend the mysteries of the 24 dragons and snakes diagram, you should be able to pass on my supreme divine power. Emperor Ling Wu spoke again. Chunzong was slightly stunned, and then he was surrounded by a wave of surprise. Emperor Ling Wu's supreme divine ability. This was a pleasant surprise. Emperor Ling Wu's silhouette did not say much. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed. The finger was surrounded by flowing brilliance. It was like a strike from the chaos. It hit Chunzong directly between his eyebrows. Chunzong couldn't move at all, so he couldn't dodge. With a finger attack, boundless profundities emerged like a torrential torrent. Then, Emperor Ling Wu's body disappeared, and the chaos around him disappeared as well. Chunzong returned to the straw hut. Everything was like a dream. However, Chunzong knew that it was not a dream. He really saw Emperor Ling Wu's silhouette and received the supreme divine ability. He calmed his mind and immersed himself in the soul of his spirit ocean. After a while, Chunzong opened his eyes, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. The so-called divine ability that Emperor Ling Wu passed on to him was called Ling Wu's supreme divine ability. According to its grade, this was a minor divine ability. It did not have direct attack power, nor did it have direct defense power. It was a relatively special divine ability. The only use of this divine ability was to condense power. The Supreme Ling Wu technique was a small divine ability created by the Ling Wu Great Emperor himself. It was incomparably mysterious. It was also this small divine ability that made the Ling Wu Great Emperor's supreme reputation. It was magnificent, peerless, and famous throughout the ages. Therefore, this minor divine ability was the supreme inheritance of Emperor Ling Wu. Of course, it referred to the former Emperor Ling Wu. As for now, Emperor Ling Wu had left for tens of thousands of years. If he didn't die, he would be even more powerful. After receiving the Ling Wu's supreme divine ability, Chunzong couldn't describe the excitement in his heart. The only use of this minor divine ability was to integrate power. It was similar to a technique that he mastered when he was in the transcendent realm. It was the heart-calming sword. The heart-calming sword could merge one's body refining power and chi refining power into a more powerful force in a wonderful way, greatly increasing one's strength. However, the heart-calming sword had several flaws. First, the body refining power and chi refining power had to be in balance. Secondly, only the few sword techniques after the heart-calming sword could display the power of the merged power, such as the heavenly heart sword, heart-sinking sword, and so on. It was undeniable that the heart-calming sword had been of great help to Chunzong at that time. However, after that, it lost its effect. Until now, Chunzong had not been able to balance his chi refining power and body refining power again. The minor divine ability of Ling Wu's supreme divine ability was similar to the heart-calming sword. It integrated the power of body refining and chi refining, fusing them into one and releasing a more powerful force. This minor divine ability did not have the same flaw as the heart-calming sword. There was no need to balance the power of body refining and chi refining, and there was no need for specific martial arts to be used. The 24 Dragons and Snakes diagram. Ling Wu's supreme divine ability. In other words, Chunzong had obtained 2 opportunities in the first heaven of Ling Wu's holy land. He could continue to comprehend the 24 Dragons and Snakes diagram, which would help him understand the Tao of Yin and Yang and help him further improve his sword techniques. Cultivating the minor divine ability of Ling Wu's supreme divine ability could directly improve his basic strength, and in turn, his overall strength. Although in the Saint Rudiment realm, Tao intent was what determined the strength of a true master, cultivation base was also an indispensable factor. The higher one's cultivation base was, the stronger one's foundation would be, which was also an indispensable factor in one's strength. Chunzong began to comprehend. The 24 Dragons and Snakes diagram could be comprehended on its own, and it could also be used as the foundation of the Ling Wu's supreme divine ability. According to the Ling Wu's supreme divine ability, the body is Yang, and the Qi is Yin. The fusion of Yin and Yang is the fusion of the Qi. This made Chunzong feel that it was novel. Emperor Ling Wu referred to body refinement as Yang and Qi refinement as Yin. Using the Tao of Yin and Yang to control and cultivate the Ling Wu's supreme divine ability, one had to bear Yin and embrace Yang to prove the supreme realm of the fusion of Yin and Yang. It could be said that the 24 Dragons and Snakes diagram could be used by Chunzong to comprehend martial arts and sword techniques, and it could also be used as the foundation of the Ling Wu's supreme divine ability. The Ling Wu's supreme divine ability could not only fuse the power of body refinement and chi refinement into one, but it could also be used to deepen one's understanding of the Tao of Yin and Yang. Perhaps what I've obtained is the greatest opportunity in the Ling Wu's holy land. Shenzong could not help but have this thought. The Ling Wu's holy land was left behind by Emperor Ling Wu. There were many inheritances and many opportunities. However, the Supreme Ling Wu's supreme divine ability of Emperor Ling Wu should be the best inheritance. At this moment, Shenzong could already leave this place, but he did not. This was because Shenzong planned to stay here to comprehend and cultivate the Supreme Ling Wu's supreme divine ability and strive to gain a preliminary mastery of it. The Supreme Ling Wu's supreme divine ability was a minor divine ability. Its levels were divided into 4 stages: initial mastery, advanced mastery, and consummation. The 4 stages were not divided by strength, but by the length of time one could use the Supreme Ling Wu's supreme divine ability. At the initial mastery level, one could only condense 40% of the power of body refinement and chi refinement to fuse into a new and stronger power, which could be stored in one's body. When needed, it could be released alone, or it could be fused into one's chi refinement or body refinement to strengthen it. It was a bit similar to the Ignis Force. Of course, it was much more advanced than the Ignis Force. At the initial mastery level, one could condense 60%. At the advanced mastery level, one could condense 80%. At the consummation level, one could not only condense 100%, but could also use it at any time as long as one's body refinement and chi refinement strength were not exhausted. In short, before the consummation level, one needed a relatively stable environment and time to use the Supreme Ling Wu's supreme divine ability and condense the fused power. Once the fused power was exhausted, one would need time to condense and replenish it. However, if one cultivated it to the consummation level, one could fuse power at any time and place without any restrictions. Regardless of whether it was initial mastery or consummation level, it did not affect the power of the fused power. The only difference was the amount of power and the length of time. Therefore, as long as one was initial mastery, condensed and fused part of the power and stored it in one's body, it could be used as a trump card. If he had not comprehended the 24 dragons and snakes portrait, perhaps Qinzong would have to spend more time and energy to have a chance of comprehending the Supreme Ling Wu's supreme divine ability. However, now that Qinzong's attainments in the 24 dragons and snakes portrait had reached a certain level, he used it as a foundation to comprehend the Supreme Ling Wu's supreme divine ability. Coupled with the heart-calming sword that he had comprehended in the past, the mysteries of the Supreme Ling Wu's supreme divine ability continued to emerge. Not long after, Qinzong had comprehended the Supreme Ling Wu's supreme divine ability to the initial mastery level. He began to cultivate. Body refinement was Yang, chi refinement was Yin, negative Yin, and embrace Yang. Yin and Yang intertwined, and the chi blended. Suddenly, the power of body refinement and chi refinement were separated bit by bit, intertwining and fusing in an extremely mysterious way in his body. Light filled Qinzong's body. It was as if one side was black and the other was white. The black side was filled with the aura of pure Yin, while the white side was filled with the aura of pure Yang. Yin and Yang, black and white, rotated around Qinzong's body. It was as if Yin and Yang fishes were playing and chasing each other. They found an opportunity to balance each other, and a supreme Taoist rhyme filled the air. The two forces collided and fused as the Yin and Yang fishes chased each other, giving birth to an even more powerful force. That force seemed to have the characteristics of chaos. After the initial fusion of the new force, Qinzong could feel the amazing power contained in it. The Supreme Ling Wu's supreme divine ability at the initial mastery level could only fuse 40% of the force. However, the fusion now was less than 10%. It continued to operate and fuse. The shadow of the yin and yang fishes faintly appeared around Chunzong's body. It was like a black and white wheel that was slowly rotating, as if it was pulling the mysteries of the heavens. It was constantly fusing the power of body refinement and chi refinement into it. It was stored in his body and was located in his chest. An extremely terrifying force was constantly condensing. The saint energy of chi refinement and the heavenly energy of body refinement were constantly being consumed. The fused Lingwu force was also constantly growing. 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%. When the saint energy of chi refinement and the heavenly energy of body refinement were both consumed by 40%, Chunzong realized that there was no need to continue cultivating the supreme Lingwu's supreme divine ability. It had reached a limit. 40%. This was the limit of the supreme Lingwu's supreme divine ability at the initial mastery level. If he wanted to break through the limit, he could only continue to comprehend and upgrade the supreme Lingwu's supreme divine ability to the initial mastery, complete mastery, or even perfection. Chapter 1560. At the first heaven of the Lingwu Saint Land, an arc of light streaked across the sky and turned into a door. Soon after, figures appeared one after another and descended from the door. They were the other 9 peerless prodigies. To leave the Lingwu Saint Land, one had to leave after obtaining an opportunity. If one chose not to leave, they would have to wait until the Lingwu Saint Land was about to close and leave through the door of the first heaven. After obtaining an opportunity, the 10 peerless prodigies chose not to leave for the time being. Instead, they seized the opportunity to comprehend the opportunity and raise their strength as much as possible. Now that the Lingwu Saint Land was about to close, it was time for everyone to leave. The peerless prodigies couldn't hide the excitement on their faces. They had gained a lot from this trip. Not only had their strength increased, but it would also be of great help to their future cultivation. They would have a greater chance of breaking through to the eminent saint realm in the future. Gong Tianxing was in high spirits as he swept his gaze across the crowd. However, he didn't see Chunzong. After obtaining an opportunity in the 6th heaven, his cultivation base was still at the late 6th heaven saint realm. However, his strength was much stronger than before. His confidence was boosted by his strength. He was going to make a move against Chunzong again. At that moment, a figure flew over rapidly from afar. Everyone's gazes swept over and focused on him. It was Chunzong. Chunzong's cultivation base was still at the late 6th heaven saint realm. Gong Tianxing's eyes flashed coldly. The Taishian saint's eyes flashed coldly as well. In an instant, Gong Tianxing made his move again. The heavenly punishment saber left its scabbard and turned into an extremely cold saber as it slashed through the air. It was as though it was tearing through heaven and earth. The saber was merciless and filled with killing intent. Chunzong felt a chill run down his spine. A cold light shot out from Chunzong's eyes as he swiftly flew over. If it was in the past, this saber strike would indeed pose quite a threat to him. But now, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he unsheathed his extreme edge sword. It turned into a beam of shocking sword light that seemed to tear the sky apart. This sword strike was like a dragon rising from the ground. It was extraordinarily profound, and its might was shocking to the extreme. The saber light was instantly destroyed, and the sword light mercilessly shot towards Gong Tianxing. Gong Tianxing was shocked, but he did not panic. Heaven's Punisher executed. The blade light descended from the sky, as if a giant in the sky was about to behead someone. Chunzong felt a chill coming from his neck, as if his neck was about to be cut off. The mystery of this bladesmanship was that it could suppress the mind and cause interference. However, Chunzong's mind was so strong that this level of interference had no effect at all. The first realm of the infinite sword technique. Chain. In an instant, Chunzong struck out with his sword, causing the sword lights to become dense. One strike after another, and they were swift like bolts of lightning. Every single strike contained an extremely shocking sharpness and might, and it was formidable to the extreme. Its shocking might caused Gong Tianxing's heart to tremble and feel a chill run down his spine. This sword light was even fiercer and more terrifying than his ultimate move, death by 1,000 cuts. Just this one strike was enough to put Gong Tianxing in a life-and-death situation. Chunzong did not show any mercy, because Gong Tianxing also did not show any mercy. If he wanted to kill him, he could only be killed by him. Heavy mystic force field. Shocking palm strike. In an instant, the terrifying force field suppressed Chunzong, causing his body to sink. His sword light also paused, and Gong Tianxing was also pulled back by force. Then an extremely terrifying palm strike struck. The palm strike's power was earth-shattering. Together with the force field, it suppressed Chunzong, making it impossible for Chunzong to dodge. It was as if he would be crushed by the palm strike. The endless sword light paused, then was heavily shattered by the palm strike. Chunzong's expression was solemn. It was the Taishian Saint again. Last time, it was the Taishian Saint who had attacked that Gong Tianxing was not injured at all. This time, it was the Taishian Saint again, and Gong Tianxing was unharmed. Chunzong thought of how the Taishian Saint had targeted him and forced him to stay in the first level of heaven. Although Chunzong had obtained the opportunity of the 24 Dragon Snake portrait and the Lingwu Supreme technique in the first level of heaven, and he was sure that it was not inferior to the opportunities of others, he still felt unhappy. He was unhappy and unhappy. Previously, the Taishian Saint had wanted to cripple or even kill Chunzong, but because the door to a higher level of heaven had opened, he could only give up temporarily. Now, he had obtained the opportunity, and the door to leave the Lingwu sacred land had not opened yet. He wanted to use this opportunity to deal a heavy blow. Even if he could not kill Gong Tianxing, he wanted to cripple him or at least severely injure him. This time, the power of this palm was even stronger than before. The heavy, profound force field was fully activated, making Chunzong feel extremely heavy. It was as if an invisible mountain was crushing him, and there was a terrifying force constantly pulling at him. It was as if there were countless invisible ropes and arms pulling at his body and limbs. This kind of force field was indeed very terrifying. In that case, I will use you to test my current strength, Chunzong said to himself, and his eyes flashed with an extremely sharp light. The best way to resist a force field was naturally to use a force field. However, Chunzong himself did not cultivate a force field. His Azura doppelganger did, but this time, Chunzong did not intend to use the innate ferocious force field. Firstly, the Taishian Saint was already prepared, and the innate ferocious force field, which targeted one's mind, was countered. Secondly, Chunzong wanted to experience the power of the Lingwu Supreme technique. However, after leaving this time, he wanted to see if he could find a force field secret technique to cultivate. That would be even better. The power of Lingwu. Explode. In an instant, Chunzong ignited the power of Lingwu in his chest. In terms of quantity, this power was not as strong as Saint energy, but its power was much stronger. The extremely powerful power was like a volcanic eruption, bursting forth with shocking power. It instantly pushed away the pressure of the heavy, profound force field. Then, the power of Lingwu surged into Saint energy, causing the power of Chunzong's Saint energy to increase continuously. Chunzong could clearly feel that the power of his Saint energy had surpassed its limit. Peak of the Fifth Heaven, Saint Realm. Peak of the Fifth Heaven, Saint Realm. Early Sixth Heaven, Saint Realm. Intermediate Sixth Heaven, Saint Realm. Late Sixth Heaven, Saint Realm. Powerful. A powerful force filled his body, surging endlessly. It was extremely powerful. Chunzong felt as if there was a volcano in his body that was about to erupt. The power was extremely shocking. The power of his Saint energy had soared from the late Fifth Heaven Saint Realm to the late Sixth Heaven Saint Realm. It had risen by one whole heaven. The effect of this increase was very obvious. Chunzong's Saint energy was originally at the late Fifth Heaven Saint Realm. Its power had already surpassed many ordinary Fifth Heaven Saint Realm experts. It was comparable to many Sixth Heaven Saint Realm geniuses. Now, with the help of the power of Lingwu, it had soared to the late Sixth Heaven Saint Realm. The saint energy filled his body, surging endlessly. After all, this was not a power that he had cultivated. It was a temporary increase, and it felt as if it was about to explode. Powerful. Shockingly powerful. Chunzong had not expected the power of Lingwu to increase his cultivation by one whole heaven. This was the foundation of his strength. The increase of one heaven was also very shocking. The Taishan saint's pupils shrank. He felt as if his opponent's aura had surged in an instant, and he felt threatened. Heart domain. 50 meters. Strike. There was no turning back. The sword light was extremely sharp, as if it could cut through everything. It was indestructible, and it made the Taishan saint feel a sense of danger. Since when could an ant bring him such a sense of danger? It must be an illusion. As this thought flashed through his mind, Chunzong's sword had already reached him. It was merciless. The Taishan saint had targeted him time and time again, so he was an enemy. Since he was an enemy, there was no need to be polite. His belief was firm, and his will was unparalleled. There was no turning back. Slash. The heavy, profound force field had been pushed to the extreme. However, it was not omnipotent, nor was it invincible. The strength of the force field could suppress the enemy and indirectly weaken the enemy's strength. However, there were also ways to break it. For example, if the opponent had mastered a similar force field, they could fight against each other. Alternatively, when the opponent's strength reached a certain level, they could resist the suppression of the force field. The Taishan Saint had tried to use the heavy, profound force field to suppress some Seventh Heaven Saint Realm experts, but its power was greatly reduced. Now, when he used the heavy, profound force field to suppress Chunzong, he felt the same way. The heavy, profound force field was a very important part of the Taishan Saint's strength. Now that the heavy, profound force field's power was greatly reduced, the Taishan Saint's strength was also affected. The Taishan Saint's face darkened, and he was furious. An ant, just an ant, actually dared to prance around in front of him. Kill! Boom! An extremely powerful force erupted from his body. It was like a volcano erupting or a sea flowing. When this extremely powerful force erupted, a world appeared behind the Taishan Saint. The world was dark and gloomy, and it exuded a shocking aura. It was as if it was suppressing a part of space and time, a part of the world. This kind of aura was extremely shocking. This guy has cultivated the Taishan heaven and earth art to such a level. The Sky Frigid Saint and the Ancient Saint looked at each other in shock. The Taishan heaven and earth art was the Taishan Saint Palace's supreme legacy cultivation technique. It was a top saint grade cultivation technique, and it was only slightly stronger than the Xian King shocking world art. It was naturally not easy to cultivate such a powerful cultivation technique. However, the Taishan Saint had cultivated it to such a level. When he used all his strength, he could condense a world. Even though it looked illusory, it showed that he had cultivated the Taishan heaven and earth art to such a shocking level. 26th level. It was said that when one cultivated the Taishan heaven and earth art to the 26th level, the illusory image of the world would be condensed. And when one cultivated it to the highest level, the illusory image of the world would become real, and it would possess shocking power. Chunzong felt that everything around him was suppressed. The chi of heaven and earth stopped moving, and even the space seemed to be suppressed. Chunzong's pupils shrank to the size of needles, and he was secretly shocked. It turned out that this was the Taishan Saint's true strength. Previously, it was only a small part of it. However, Chunzong was not afraid at all. On the contrary, traces of excitement and fighting spirit emerged from his heart. His fighting spirit soared, and his sword essence surged. A powerful enemy. Chapter 1561. Battle intent, soaring, wind and clouds beginning to move. Chunzong's eyes grew brighter and brighter. The extreme sharp sword hummed. It was affected by Chunzong's thoughts, and was also excited. The dim world that appeared behind the Taishan Holy Sun emitted a power that was even more shocking. It suppressed the void and stopped everything. Under the power of the Taishan heaven and earth skill, the heavy, profound force field became even more powerful. The ground started to crack under the terrifying pressure. The powerful aura was like an invisible fire. It rushed out of Chunzong's body and spread in all directions. With a thought, the sword arrived. The sword light pierced through the air like a beam of light streaking across the horizon. It was incomparably fast, shockingly fast. It was so fast that it dazzled everyone, and it was so fast that it caused everyone's hearts to tremble. How could anyone dodge such a fast sword? The Taishan Saint's pupil shrank. He was also shocked. So fast. How could it be so fast? The saber light was cold. It bloomed like a ray of light in the sky. It was so bright that no one could look directly at it. The saber is out. Gong Tianxing narrowed his eyes. He didn't dare to look directly at it, but he was very excited. The Taishan Saint usually fought with both hands. But very few people knew that the Taishan Saint's real strength was his saber technique. The saber technique that he cultivated wasn't part of the Taishan Heaven and Earth skill because the Taishan Heaven and Earth skill didn't have a saber technique. The Taishan Saint had obtained the saber technique by chance. It was even more terrifying than the Taishan Heaven and Earth skill. Those who were lucky enough to see the saber technique in the past had already died. Those who were still alive were either seniors in the sect, Gong Tianxing, the Sky Chill Saint's son, the Ancient Saint's son, and a few others. Even most of the disciples in the Taishan Saint Palace didn't know. The saber light was cold and fierce. Its boundless power covered the sky and earth. It was as if the sky and earth were falling apart. The saber slashed down, and the dim sky and earth behind it seemed to collapse as well. This saber cleaved apart the heavens and the earth, as if it wanted to cleave apart everything. Chunzong felt a strong sense of impending doom. Chunzong even sensed a strand of extremely terrifying Dao insight from it. The Weiwa was so sharp that it seemed to be able to split everything. Heavenly Saber Dao Intent. Moreover, judging from its aura, this Dao insight was a high-grade Dao insight that had even attained the 7th revolution. Amongst the younger generation, there were very, very few that were able to cultivate a high-grade Dao insight to the 7th revolution. The Sky Chill Holy Sun and the Ancient Suppression Holy Sun hadn't done it, and they were both at the 6th revolution. The might of a rank 7 Dao intent was much stronger than a rank 6 Dao intent. Previously, the Great Abstruse Saint had not used this rank 7 advanced Dao intent. He had only used another rank 6 advanced Dao intent. In other words, the Great Abstruse Saint had actually grasped 2 high-level Dao meanings. This surprised Chunzong. Before this, he'd only grasped a single high-grade Dao insight. Even though he still had 3 types of mid-grade Dao insights, mid-grade Dao insights were unable to compare with high-grade Dao insights after all. The saber slashed down. The saber light was terrifying, and the saber intent was shocking. This was the true strength of the Taishan Saint. Chunzong was certain that if he hadn't obtained the 24 dragons and snake portrait and the supreme Lingwu technique, he would definitely not be a match for the Great Abstruse Saint. If he hadn't used the Azura clone, he would likely have been killed by the Great Abstruse Saint Saber. However, after comprehending the 24 dragons and snakes portrait, his sword technique attainments had deepened, and his foundation was more solid. His might had also increased. Moreover, the minor divine ability, the supreme Lingwu technique, had allowed his basic strength to improve by leaps and bounds. Moreover, the Heartsword Dao Insight had completely transformed from a high-grade Dao Insight to a top-grade Dao Insight, and its might had similarly increased greatly. A rank 6 top-grade Dao Insight's might was not inferior to a high-grade rank 7 Dao Insight. In fact, it was even more powerful. When Chunzong fully activated the Heartsword Dao Insight and slashed out with his sword, that extremely terrifying Dao Insight aura filled the air and shocked everyone. The Sky Chill Holy Sun and the Ancient Suppression Holy Sun were abnormally shocked. This aura was clearly not the aura of a high-grade Dao Insight, but an aura that was even more superior than that. Top-grade Dao Insight. But before this Dao Insight aura wasn't like this, and it was only at the high grade. Could it be that the fortuitous encounter this person obtained in the first level allowed him to transform a high-grade Dao Insight into a top-grade Dao Insight? Dao Insights are divided into 4 levels: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. When cultivators comprehended and grasped Dao Insights, most of them were at the low grade. A small number of cultivators were able to directly comprehend and grasp mid-grade Dao Insights, and even fewer were able to directly grasp high-grade Dao Insights. But there had never been a person that directly comprehended and grasped Dao Insights and attained top-grade Dao Insights. After grasping Dao Insights and obtaining fortuitous encounters through cultivation, one could transform and advance from the low grade to the mid-grade, and from the mid-grade to the high grade. But it wasn't easy to advance a Dao Insight. The difficulty might be slightly lower from the low grade to the mid-grade, but the difficulty of transforming from the low grade to the high grade was much higher. As for transforming from the high grade to the top grade, theoretically, one could also transform and advance, but it was too difficult. Without sufficient accumulation, foundation, and sufficient fortuitous encounters, it was utterly impossible. Yet Chunzong had accomplished it. Instantly, everyone was extremely envious, who said that the fortuitous encounter in the first level was the most ordinary. Many people cursed in their hearts. They felt that although their fortuitous encounters weren't bad, they weren't superior to transforming a high-grade Dao Insight into a top-grade Dao Insight. If they knew that the transformation of Chunzong's high-grade Dao Insight into a top-grade Dao Insight was only incidental, and the real fortuitous encounter was something else, they would be extremely jealous. The fortuitous encounter in the first level was clearly the best. If they knew, they would probably fight to stay in the first level. Of course, if they stayed in the first level, they would probably obtain the fortuitous encounter in the 24 dragons and snakes portrait at most. Sensing the aura of the top-grade Dao Insight, the great abstruse saint's expression became even colder. A mere ant actually had the fortuitous encounter to transform a high-grade Dao Insight into a top-grade Dao Insight. Why wasn't it him? In that instant, the saber strike became even more powerful and shocking. Lifeless. The lifeless sword style was executed with the top-grade Dao Insight, and after being perfected and improved by the 24 dragons and snakes portrait, its power skyrocketed. The saber and sword clashed again and again, bursting forth with extremely shocking power. The great abstruse saint saber technique was extremely profound, and Chunzong could not gain the upper hand for a while. Chunzong also realized that in terms of basic strength, even though he had the Lingwu powers enhancement, he still could not be compared to the great abstruse saint. After all, the great abstruse saint's cultivation was at the peak of the 6th level saint rudiment stage, and his supreme saint cultivation technique was at the 26th level, which was 2 levels higher than Chunzong's. However, in terms of Dao Insight, Chunzong's 6th circle Heart Sword Dao Insight was slightly stronger than his opponent's 7th circle Heavenly Saber Dao Insight. Extreme Heart Sword Style, Lifeless Sword Style, Extreme Slash, Chaotic Slash, Chain Sword. The sword light was sharp, swift, and domineering. As the saber and sword clashed, a terrifying power burst forth, and Chunzong took advantage of the momentum to retreat. Immediately, an extremely blazing aura spread out as if flames were burning. Black flames burned on the extreme sword, exuding shocking power. Purple world-destroying fire. The sword slashed out, and an incomparably scorching black flame swept out. It was violent like a tidal wave, destroying everything in its path. Heaven burning, earth fire. In the next sword strike, a terrifying hurricane roared and wreaked havoc in all directions as if it was going to destroy everything. City destroying hurricane. Even now, the combination of these two swords was still Chunzong's most powerful move. Boom! The flaming hurricane wreaked havoc in the world. The great abstruse saint's expression changed drastically. The flaming hurricane was extremely powerful, as if it was going to destroy everything and turn everything into powder. Heavenly saber. World slashing. The great abstruse saint raised the long saber in his hand, and the heavenly saber, Tao insight, completely erupted. All of his power was unleashed, and the dim shadow of heaven and earth behind him became clearer and clearer, exuding an even more shocking pressure. The saber light was blazing and instantly grew to a size of 100 feet, as if a giant saber had slashed down from the sky, carrying with it endless sternness. The earth trembled under this saber. Before the saber light fell, the shocking saber pressure had already split the earth, and a shocking saber mark quickly spread out. The extremely terrifying saber strike immediately caused everyone to be endlessly shocked. Each and every one of them revealed an aghast expression. Especially the Sky Chill Saint and the Ancient Saint, the two of them realized that the gap between their strength and the great abstruse saints was not as small as they thought before, but much larger. Shenzong was also horrified. The huge saber light was extremely solid, as if it was made of divine iron, and exuded an extremely shocking chill. It was as if everything would be cut, split, and shattered by this saber strike. Invincible. As the saber struck, the flaming hurricane was split and shattered in an instant. The remaining saber light still carried with it a terrifying and direct killing intent as it slashed toward Shenzong. Chain. The sword light was endless, as if it was endless, and crazily struck out. Each strike weakened and shattered the remaining saber light. The great abstruse saint's eyes flashed with cold and merciless saber light, as if it was going to kill everything. He did not expect that, even after using the full strength of the heavenly saber, he still could not kill his opponent, and he could not even defeat him. The great abstruse saint's murderous intent surged, and the light in his eyes became even colder. It seemed that he was going to use the minor superpower that he had obtained by chance. Although it was just a beginner, the power of the minor superpower was extraordinary. Solemn pressure. Shenzong felt a shocking pressure, and the source of the pressure was the great abstruse saint. The great abstruse saint's strength was beyond his expectations, but at the same time, it also let Shenzong know his current strength. However, it seemed that the great abstruse saint still had a trump card. Could it be that he had to use the Azuric doppelganger? A buzzing sound suddenly rang out, and then an arc of light streaked across the sky, appearing in everyone's sight. That was the door to leave the Lingwu sacred ground. As the door appeared, a terrifying pressure also descended, and it was filled with a repulsive force that was about to expel everyone. Go. They could only go. Otherwise, the longer they stayed, the stronger the repulsive force would be. In the end, if they did not take the initiative to leave, they would be forced to leave. This repulsive force was very strong. Everyone moved, entered the arc of light, and disappeared. Shenzong and the great abstruse saint could feel that the repulsive force was increasing with every passing second, and it was gradually becoming difficult to resist. The great abstruse saint stared deeply at Shenzong, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. That murderous intent was as cold as a blade, and Shenzong felt a shocking chill coming towards him. However, Shenzong was not afraid at all. His eyes flashed with a shocking light, and he looked straight into the great abstruse saint's eyes. It was like swords clashing. Chapter 1562. In the sky above the Lingwu holy world, at the border between the universe and the void demon army had long retreated. The 9 warships were still there, and so was the giant wild beast. However, the 9 warships were covered with wounds, and the giant wild beast was also covered with wounds. However, the giant wild beast's vitality was extremely tenacious, and such injuries were not enough to threaten its life. However, countless tyrannical auras remained, spreading in all directions, covering a radius of thousands of miles, indicating that a fierce battle had taken place here not long ago, and there were countless casualties. A huge arc of light streaked across the void of the universe, as if it was splitting the void of the universe. Immediately, many powerful gazes swept over and stared at him. Figures leaped out of the arc of light and landed quickly. They were the prodigies who had entered the Lingwu Holy Land. The last to appear were the Tai Xian Holy Sun and Chunzong. Seeing Chunzong appear, Xiankong Luo and the other half-step Great Saint Powerhouse breathed a sigh of relief. Returning to the mystic Yuan heaven-shaking worship, Chunzong found that only a dozen or so of the original 50-peak Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses were left. As for the other 30 or so, they had fallen in the battle with the Void Demon Army. This made Chunzong's heart sink, and his expression became a little solemn. Speaking of which, their deaths here were not unrelated to him. After all, they had escorted him here, and they had encountered the Void Demon Army and died in battle. Immediately, Chunzong also noticed that Xiankong Luo's face was a little pale, and he seemed to be seriously injured, while the other half-step Great Saint Powerhouse was missing an arm. The Mystic Yuan world had suffered heavy losses, and the other worlds had also suffered heavy losses. But fortunately, the Void Demon Army had been repelled. In truth, the reason why the Void Fiend Army was forced to retreat was because at the critical moment, a great saint-level utmost being's incarnation condensed and struck out with unparalleled power, causing great damage to the Void Fiend Army and forcing them to retreat. Otherwise, these people might not have been able to leave, and they might have died here. Chunzong, which heaven did you enter? Xiankong Luo could not help but ask. The first layer of heaven. Chunzong did not hide it. When Xiankong Luo and the others heard about the first layer of heaven, their expressions changed slightly, and there was a flash of disappointment in their eyes. According to the records, the Lingwu Sacred Land had 10 levels of heaven. The first level of heaven had the most ordinary opportunities, while the 10th level had the best opportunities. In the beginning, Xiankong Luo and the others did not expect Chunzong to enter the 10th heavenly layer, or even the 7th, 8th, or 9th heavenly layer. But at the very least, they wanted to enter the 5th or 6th heavenly layer. It was only the first layer of heaven. Chunzong could feel their expectations and disappointment, but he didn't explain anything. For one thing, Chunzong felt that the opportunity he had obtained was not inferior to that of others. In fact, it might even be better. However, it was just his own feeling. He was not sure what other people had obtained. Secondly, the fortuitous opportunity that he had obtained should be quite good, so it was fine as long as he knew about it. There was no need to emphasize or publicize it, as it would only bring trouble to himself. Immediately, Xiankong Luo and the others felt relieved. After all, Chunzong's cultivation was the lowest among the 10 people. It was not a big deal that he could not compete with others. Have you obtained any opportunities? Xiankong Luo asked quickly. The opportunities in the Lingwu Sacred Land were very good. Even the opportunities of the first layer of heaven were not trivial. It was not bad to be able to obtain them. Chunzong nodded. Good. Xiankong Luo and the others suddenly smiled. As for what opportunities Chunzong had obtained, although Xiankong Luo and the others were curious, they did not ask. It was personal privacy. If they asked too much, it would make people feel that they were coveting it. Since Chunzong had obtained the opportunities in the Lingwu Sacred Land, there was no need to continue to stay here. In case the Void Demon Army attacked again, it would be a nightmare. Boom! As soon as the mysterious Yuan heaven-shaking warship moved, it immediately erupted with an astonishing power and rushed downwards rapidly. Very soon, it rushed into the atmosphere. Under the high-speed friction, countless astonishing sparks burst out. The sparks were dense and continuous, turning into surging streams of flame that attacked endlessly. Chunzong stood on the edge of the protective shield on the deck, staring outside. Looking at the endless sparks splashing into flames, Chunzong suddenly had a burst of enlightenment. Every spark was like a sword light, and the endless sparks were like endless sword lights. The sword lights were like fireworks and sparks. They were densely packed and turned into endless streams of flame. Gradually, Chunzong was immersed in it, forgetting everything outside. In his mind, there were countless sword lights flashing endlessly. Each sword light had an extremely strong power, containing all kinds of forces, and all kinds of forces merged into one. The trajectory of each sword was so mysterious and unpredictable. Xian Ko noticed Chunzong, and also noticed that there seemed to be a trace of aura fluctuation around Chunzong's body, which was very mysterious. That aura was like sword chi. Xian Kongluo knew that Chunzong had an epiphany. Epiphany may appear at any time and place, but may also not appear. The more talented a person was, the easier it was for him to have an epiphany, because his comprehension was high enough, his accumulation was strong enough, and his foundation was solid enough. Countless ideas emerged in his mind, more and more. At first it was messy, but gradually it became orderly. The mystery of the infinite sword chainsword was constantly emerging, and the mystery of the 24 dragon snake picture was also constantly emerging. Chunzong divided the infinite sword chainsword into 3 realms. Chain, Wuji, infinite. In the first heaven of the Lingwu Holy Land, Chunzong practiced the infinite sword chain, sword of the first realm, chain. Now, Chunzong's comprehension of the first realm, chain, was getting deeper and deeper, and gradually comprehended the second realm, the mystery of Wuji. If this continued, sooner or later, he could comprehend the second realm, Wuji. The Xianyuan heaven-shaking warship kept falling at an astonishing speed. The fierce friction between the protective shield and the atmosphere turned into a raging flame. From a distance, it looked like a meteorite falling at an astonishing speed. The sparks outside the protective shield became more and more intense, and in the end, it turned into a terrifying flood of flames. Chunzong also felt that the countless ideas in his mind seemed to explode, and endless sword light was released from the explosion. It was incomparably mysterious. Wuji. Beyond the chain, above it, was the Wuji sword, the Wuji sword. Gradually, the Xianyuan heaven-shaking warships, falling momentum slowed down, and the raging flames outside the protective shield also weakened and dissipated. The Xianyuan heaven-shaking warship stabilized, and once again burst out with astonishing speed, quickly flying forward. It would still take some time to return to the Xianyuan capital. Taking advantage of this time, Chunzong went into seclusion to stabilize his Wuji realm. After returning to the Xianyuan capital, Chunzong had more or less stabilized his Wuji realm, and immediately went to the Xianyuan army camp, where he was summoned by the Xinxian army chief. The Xinxian army chief had also just rushed over from the Void battleground, and seemed to be covered in smoke. "It's good that you're back." The Xinxian army chief patted Chunzong's shoulder. "The Void Demon army has been mobilized, and now, only a few of our Xianyuan army are left to guard the camp. Do you plan to go into seclusion for a while, or do you plan to follow me into the battlefield to kill the demons?" "Enter the battlefield." Chunzong's tone was firm, and his eyes flashed with an extremely sharp light, filled with killing intent. He had already comprehended most of what he had gained in the Lingwu sacred ground. Even if he went into seclusion to cultivate, it would take a long time for him to improve again. Battles, especially battles of life and death, could further stimulate his potential and let him improve further. This had been proven many times in the past. Another point was those peak Saint Rudiment realm powerhouses who had died. The 30 or so peak Saint Rudiment realm powerhouses were powerhouses from the Xianyuan army, and they were sent to escort him to the Lingwu sacred ground, but they had died under the attack of the Void Demon army. In other words, their deaths were related to him. This was a grudge. If he did not take revenge, he would not be able to let it go. For all these reasons, Chunzong did not hesitate to make a choice. "Good." The general patted Chunzong's shoulder hard and smiled with satisfaction. "Come with me. Remember, you must survive." As he spoke, the general took out a ring and handed it to Chunzong. This ring contained the general's power, and it could be used in an instant. Whether it was attack or defense, it was at the peak of the Saint Rudiment realm. It was stronger than an ordinary peak 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment realm powerhouse. Moreover, it could be used 3 times. After 3 times, its power would be exhausted. This was Chunzong's life-saving trump card. After all, Chun Zong was a peerless genius who had entered the Lingwu sacred ground. His future achievements were limitless, and he might even become a supreme great saint in the future. It was necessary to give him the necessary protection, but at the same time, it was impossible to protect Chun Zong forever. Every expert had fought their way out of countless life and death situations, and they weren't protected. If they were protected all the time, they would not be able to achieve much even if they obtained shocking opportunity. With Chun Zong in tow, the general returned to the Void Battleground. As soon as Chun Zong returned to the Void Battleground through the Void Passage, he immediately felt that the aura in the Void Battleground had changed. There was a stronger, murderous aura, as if it contained endless killing intent. The Void Battleground was a suitable place for Azura's avatar. Here, Azura's avatar could cultivate more smoothly. As the general returned to the mysterious Heaven Battle Fortress, Chun Zong saw that there were more soldiers patrolling outside the fortress than usual. There were at least 10 times more. Murderous, cold, tense. There seemed to be an iron-blooded aura in the air. Chun Zong couldn't help but take a deep breath. He felt his lungs turn cold, as if they were filled with killing intent. The general quickly entered the mysterious Heaven Battle Fortress and returned to the Shui Ling branch of the Divine Black Army to look for the other members of his squad. However, he didn't find them because the other members of the Heavenly Halberd Squad had already left the mysterious Heaven Battle Fortress to fight the Void Demons. The Divine Black Army Slaughter Division was made up of the elites of the elites. Each of them was powerful, and they would not fight the Void Demons head-on. Instead, they would hunt down the stronger members of the Void Demons and indirectly weaken the Void Demon strength. Chun Zong immediately moved and quickly left the killing division. Since he had decided to kill the Void Demons, he would not stay here any longer. In addition, he had to find his squad. Chapter 1563. The ground outside the Xintian Battle Fortress was filled with a thick smell of blood. It was extremely pungent and filled the air. One whiff of it would suffocate and make one dizzy. This was the accumulation of the blood of countless evil demons and Xintian army soldiers after their deaths. Chun Zong leaped into the air. Like a bolt of lightning, he swiftly swept across the vast sky. Soon after, his body paused as he stared below. The ground was like a swamp of blood and flesh. It was hard to imagine what kind of shocking battle had taken place here. Chun Zong already knew that the time he had spent in the spiritual martial sacred land was more than a month, almost 2 months. The demon army had attacked when he entered the Lingwu sacred land. Chun Zong did not know why the nefarious fiend army had suddenly launched a large-scale attack. Many people did not know either. However, the Xintian army needed to fend off the invasion of the void nefarious fiends and intercept them on the void battlefield, preventing them from invading the Xintian world and causing any damage. This kind of interception meant that the Xintian army could only fight the demon army head-on. It would increase the casualties, but it was unavoidable. In the past month, the demons had launched several attacks. Each time, it was a battle of life and death. More than 100,000 soldiers of the Xintian army had died here. Of course, the soldiers of the Xintian army were all very powerful. After they formed a battle formation, their strength increased exponentially. They also killed a large number of demons. In comparison, the death toll of the Void Fiends would only be more than 100,000. However, they would rather not have this kind of casualty ratio. No one was willing to fight against such a cruel life form like the demons. However, in order to protect their home, someone had to stand up. Chun Zong retracted his gaze and held his breath. His expression was cold and solemn. His eyes became sharper, as if they could see through everything. Whoosh! When the sound was heard, Chun Zong turned into a bolt of lightning and flew over 10,000 meters. This speed had completely surpassed the speed of sound. Chun Zong wanted to find the Heavenly Halberd team. At this time, the Heavenly Halberd team was hunting the demons outside. However, when the demon army invaded, the hunting was 10 times more dangerous than usual. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. He was a member of the Heavenly Halberd battle team. Now that he was stronger, he naturally had to contribute to the battle team. Moreover, Chunzong planned to kill even more of them. While hunting the Void Demons, they were also searching for the whereabouts of the Heavenly Halberd division. A few days ago, the Void Evil Demon army had attacked once and retreated after tens of thousands of casualties. The Spirit Xian Army's Slaughter Division moved out, looking for all kinds of opportunities to kill more Void Demons, creating chaos, delaying the Void Demons' attack, and indirectly weakening their strength. It could be said that if it weren't for the Spirit Xian Army Slaughter Division, the losses of a Xintian army would have been even greater. Chun Zong gradually went deeper into the Void battleground. He could feel that the aura in the air was gradually changing and becoming more chaotic. This also meant that he was getting closer to the Void Demon army. Naturally, Chunzong would not be so arrogant as to directly kill the Void Demon army. Even a half-step Great Saint powerhouse would die if they did so, let alone himself. They had to move stealthily from the outermost perimeter and hunt them down quietly. As long as he was careful enough and had the Azura avatar to rely on, he would be able to move freely. The hunt began. Firstly, he could weaken the Void Demon army as much as possible. Secondly, he could use this opportunity to hone his sword skills. The sword was a weapon of slaughter, and the sword skill was a skill of slaughter. It was necessary to practice this sword and this technique diligently. However, one could only attain the Great Tao through killing. Battle. Slaughter. One by one. Chunzong found the Void Demons and killed them. Their fiendish aura was absorbed and used for his cultivation. Their cores were also taken away by Chunzong. Chun Xiu appeared later, holding the Nirvana evil sword in his hand as he killed the Void Demons and devoured their vitality to restore his own strength. Chun Xiu's aura was much stronger than Chunzong's. His cultivation had reached the early 7th level Saint realm, and he was a master who had stepped into the Mastery Saint realm. His strength was many times stronger than an ordinary 7th level Saint realm master. As he swung his sword, a terrifying fiendish aura condensed on the Nirvana evil sword. It was extremely dense, and it faintly affected the surroundings, causing the air to distort and affect the void. An ordinary 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage cultivator would not be able to withstand such power and would be killed instantly. Chunzong's real body was secretly shocked. There was a huge gap between his original body and his avatar. However, it could not be helped. In terms of cultivation aptitude, the avatar was formed from a minor divine ability and pure fiendish aura. It was a special physique that was perfectly compatible with fiendish aura cultivation. In this aspect, it was enough to defeat Chunzong. Moreover, this perfect compatibility was not only reflected in cultivation, but also in the control and application of one's own strength. It was a kind of ultimate control. As such, even if one's martial arts were mediocre, one could still rely on this perfect compatibility to unleash a terrifying power. Moreover, the Azura Avatar's comprehension was the same as Chunzong's, and its martial arts attainments were also very high. The advanced heavenly fiendish Tao intent had also reached the 7th revolution. The Burning Fiend Azura sword technique had also been comprehended to the extreme. Every strike contained terrifying power. Moreover, Chun Xiu could also comprehend the 24 dragons and snakes painting. At this moment, Chun Xiu surpassed Chunzong in all aspects. However, Chun Xiu could not cultivate the Lingwu Supreme technique because he did not have a real body and could not refine his body. However, Chun Xiu had another minor divine ability that Chunzong could not cultivate. The Nirvana Evil Eye? This was an extremely terrifying minor divine ability. Now that Chun Xiu had mastered it, he did not use it. These demons were not qualified for him to use the Nirvana Evil Eye. Kill, 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 kill. Void Battlefield. High-grade Danger Zone Blood Demon Valley. Iron Wall, Hong Yin, and Swift Shadow have all left. How much longer can we last? The Flame Demon, who was covered in wounds, panted and said in a low voice, His face was covered in blood and exhaustion. Snowblade hugged his long blade and closed his eyes. He leaned against a rock as if he was sleeping. There were few cracks on the blade. It was unknown what kind of bloody battle he had gone through. Every breath counts. If we can kill as many as we can, then we'll kill as many as we can, said the dark-cold spear. His tired face was resolute, and his voice was cold and filled with killing intent. This time, perhaps all of us will stay here. Captain Sky Halberd smiled. Although he said that, there was no fear or regret. His eyes were extremely bright. We should be glad that Wu Sheng did not come with us. Yes, his talent is outstanding. His future is limitless. As long as he does not die midway, he will definitely become the strongest in our Xintian army. Eagle Wing smiled. If he came with us, he might not be able to escape death this time. It's a pity. I want to see how different Wu Sheng will be after entering the Lingwu sacred ground. Everyone chatted in low voices. It was as if they did not care about life and death. They knew very well that this time, there was a high chance that they would not be able to go back. However, they still did not hesitate because of their responsibility. Now, 3 of the 9 had died. The remaining 6 were all injured and were not as strong as they were at their peak. It was almost impossible for them to return to the Xintian battle castle. If he couldn't go back, then he would give up on the idea of going back. He would stay here and kill as many void demons as possible. He would use the last of his strength to weaken the void demons. That way, he might be able to reduce the losses of the Xintian army. Rest. Recover. Recover. He would try his best to recover as much of his strength as he could. Every bit of strength he could get would be worth it. While he was resting here, he was also avoiding the search of the void fiends. Although they had already made up their minds to die, they would not be stupid enough to die for nothing. If they could live, who would want to die? Unless there was no other choice, they would die. The discussion quieted down. Everyone was doing their best to rest and recover their strength. Time passed by little. Suddenly, Snowblade's eyes opened and emitted an extremely cold light. The cold light was like a blazing blade that streaked across the sky, cutting through everything. The void demon is here, Snowblade said calmly. Everyone opened their eyes. The tiredness in their eyes disappeared and was replaced by sharpness and killing intent. After resting for half a day, the demons were still here. The high-intensity battle had already exhausted everyone. They were also covered in wounds. Half a day's rest was not enough to heal them. At most, it could only relieve them a little. It was like a drop in the bucket. However, since the demons were here, they would stop resting and use their full strength. They would fight if they had to, until they died. A tyrannical aura condensed in everyone's body. There was no need for any deliberate movements. In an instant, the 6 of them formed the mysterious Immortal killing formation. This way, they could unleash their full strength and become stronger. Strictly speaking, if it were not for the mysterious Immortal killing formation, they would have died under the siege of the demons. An extremely ferocious aura quickly spread from the distance, causing everyone's expression to become colder. Soon after, the first void demon appeared, followed by the second and third. More and more void demons appeared, surrounding them from all directions. There were at least 100 of them. These were the elite void demon squads that had been sent out to search for the human race. The elites of the mysterious Immortal Army's killing division had gone out to hunt the demons. Similarly, the demons would not sit still and wait for their deaths. They would definitely organize patrols and counterattack. Ever since the invasion of the Void Fiend army a month ago, other than a few direct confrontations, the secret confrontations had been going on all the time, without stopping. Kill! Tianji shouted. His halberd swept across the sky, bursting with an extremely terrifying aura. Tianji's cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th level Saint Realm. It was even higher than before. His murderous intent was extremely shocking. Not only had Tianji's cultivation improved, but so had Snowblade and the others. Life and death battles were the best way to stimulate a person's potential. This was especially true for geniuses like them. They would be able to make further progress. As for the increase in his cultivation base and strength, it was also for the sake of killing more void fiends. Chapter 1564. The sky above the void battleground was dark and gloomy, as if it was about to collapse. In a corner of the high-grade danger zone, the Blood Demon Valley, hundreds of void demons were attacking crazily. Their aura overflowed and covered the sky. It was as if a vast ocean was surging and drowning everything. Amidst the black aura, an extremely bright saber light shot out. It emitted a shocking cold aura as if it could freeze everything. It was Snow Saber Saber. Snow Saber was very talented. In the entire Sky Halberd team, she was the one with the highest talent other than Shunzone. Through all kinds of fierce battles, she continued to improve. Now, Snow Saber's strength was not inferior to Sky Halberd's. As the bright saber light bloomed, an extremely intense roar sounded as if it came from the distant horizon. It was like an avalanche caused by the collapse of a snowy mountain. Its power was endless and unparalleled. Under the saber, a whistling sound swept across the sky. Instantly, many void demons were drowned under the bright saber light. Sky Halberd summoned all his strength. The halberd swept across the sky and split the army. Kill! Kill! Everyone unleashed their full strength and attacked without holding back. Now, they were all injured and their strength had not fully recovered. It could be said that their strength was at most 50% of their peak. The void demons that surrounded them were not weak. In the end, they might be able to kill all the void demons, but they would have to fight to the death here. Unless they were at their peak strength, they would have no hope of escaping. However, this was a high-grade danger zone. Once the battle broke out, it would not take long for more void demons to arrive. In this way, even if they were at their peak strength and had twice the number of people, they would not be able to escape safely, let alone their exhausted bodies. Now, everyone was not thinking about how to escape, but how to kill more void demons with their injured bodies. Dying on the battlefield was an honorable death. The Void Fiend Devils continued to die, but the Void Fiend Devils did not fear death. Mang Long rushed forward, sending the Void Demon flying with a punch. At the same time, he blocked another Void Demon's attack. His chest was instantly pierced through, leaving a large hole. Mang Long's body trembled, and his face was ferocious. He ferociously punched the Void Demon's head. Suddenly, a Void Demon appeared in a flash, its sharp claws fiercely clawing at the dragon's head. The dragon couldn't dodge or resist. It could only wait for death. The black spear pierced through the air and instantly pierced through the spatial fiend, sending it flying far away. At the same time, the dark cold spear swept past the python dragon. Mang Long grinned, but did not say any words of thanks because there was no need to say it verbally. Battle, accompanied by life and death. The blazing fire was boundless and violent. It blasted out and forced a spatial evil demon to retreat. Immediately after, a sharp arrow pierced through the air and pierced through the spatial evil demon. Even though there were only 6 of them left, if they worked together, they would still be terrifying. This was the final eruption and also the final battle. Blood to the bone, deer to the bone. Sky Halberd had received an attack from a middle king-class void evil demon, and his injuries worsened. The mysterious Immortal killing formation was also disrupted. However, the other 5 immediately reacted and formed a 5-man mysterious Immortal killing formation to protect Sky Halberd. Tianji took out the last healing elixir and consumed it. As the elixir's power dissolved, the injuries in his body were also alleviated. However, this elixir was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood for such serious injuries. It could only alleviate a little of the pain. Tianji took a deep breath and gathered his strength again. He gripped his halberd tightly and stood up, joining the mysterious god killing formation once more. As long as they were alive, they would fight to the death. Under the combined efforts of the 6, hundreds of void demons were finally killed. Their corpses lay on the ground, blood flowing everywhere. However, the 6 could not stand still. Each of them was covered in wounds and dripping with blood. Even though they had killed hundreds of void demons, at this moment, they were almost exhausted. They only had less than 10% of their strength left. The six of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Mang Long's injuries were the heaviest. He could barely stand, but he still did not fall. If that was the case, everyone would be able to take a breather and slowly recover. However, the evil void devils obviously wouldn't give them the chance. More evil void devils flew over from afar. Their extremely terrifying and tyrannical auras covered the sky. This time, let us fight together for the last time. Tianji took a deep breath. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, but he still said it. His battle-intent sword. I won't regret, even if I die in battle. Cold Underworld Spear let out a hearty laugh. This would be the last time they would fight side by side. As for the others, they had already left. It was a pity that they could not see Lifeless Sword's future achievements. He was a member that they were all proud of. The six moved slowly. Cold Nether Spear supported Mang Long and slowly turned to face the void demons that were rapidly approaching. This was the last battle. Dying in battle was glorious. There was no fear, no hesitation, no panic. Their eyes were calm, but there was a sharpness in the depths of their eyes. Iron wall, red smoke, swift shadow. We're coming. Boom. The terrifying black light brought with it an extremely ferocious, baleful aura. It surged from the sky, bringing with it death and destruction. It covered the sky and covered the earth, as if it was endless, wanting to defeat and kill everyone. If they were at their peak, they would be able to resist it. However, they were only left with 10% of their strength now. They could not resist it at all. Even so, they would not retreat. This was the dignity of a person. It was the dignity of a soldier of the Shantian army. It was the dignity of the Shantian army's blood-soaring division. Their aura soared to the sky. Kill. Everyone exploded with their last bit of strength. Even Mang Long, who could barely stand, did the same. Boom. The violent black flames were like a surging torrent, erupting in an instant and releasing an incomparably shocking power. In an instant, there was another explosion. A violent hurricane roared and rushed towards the black flame. It instantly collided with the black flame and burst forth with endless power. It turned into a terrifying hurricane that was filled with destructive power. The black flame hurricane roared and passed by Tianji and the others. The aftershock caused everyone to sway as if they were about to fly into the sky. Such an unforeseen event shocked everyone. Who is it? Rumbling sounds reverberated unceasingly as an extremely terrifying power rushed in all directions, as if it was going to collapse the world. This kind of power made Snowblade and Heavenly Halberd tremble. The black flaming tornado instantly collided with the black energy of the evil void devil, bursting forth with incomparably shocking power. At the same time, Tianji and the others felt that they were being pulled back by a force. At this time, they were powerless to resist, even if they wanted to. Moreover, they could see that someone had come to save them, who would be willing to die if they could live. Naturally, they would not resist. In the blink of an eye, everyone was sent flying back hundreds of meters. The earth-shattering collision erupted with an incomparably terrifying power that swept across the heavens and earth. Many void demons bore the brunt of the impact and were instantly torn apart, turning into dust. Captain, everyone! A familiar yet unexpected voice rang out, startling Tianji, Xue Dao, and the others. Lifeless Sword. Chunzong. Lifeless, why are you here? Tianji was shocked. Logically speaking, shouldn't Chunzong be cultivating in seclusion at this time? The others were also surprised. It was completely unexpected. They did not expect that Lifeless Sword would save them. Lifeless, leave quickly. Tianji seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly urged Lifeless Sword. The six of them were seriously injured. If they left with Lifeless Sword, they would be a burden. When the void evil devil caught up with them, not only would they die, but Lifeless Sword would also die. The six of them were already prepared to die. If Lifeless Sword had not appeared, they would have been dead by now. However, the Lifeless Sword was different. He was extremely talented and had a limitless future. He shouldn't die here, especially when he was trying to save the 6 people who were about to die. It was not worth it. It was not worth it at all. Shui Dao and the others also urged Chunzong to leave quickly. The 6 of them naturally stayed to buy some time for Chunzong. Since Chunzong had found them, would he leave just like that? No. He quickly took out the best healing elixirs and strength recovery elixirs and asked them to take them. I'll stop the void, evil devil. You guys refine the elixirs and heal yourselves first, Chunzong said, but there was an unquestionable determination in his words. Soon after, Chunzong passed through the crowd and charged at the pursuing void devil with his sword in hand. Tianji and the others immediately took the elixirs and sat down cross-legged. They quickly refined the elixirs to heal their wounds and recover their strength. Only in this way could they escape together. Even though he was facing hundreds of void, evil devils alone, Chunzong was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he showed a trace of excitement. Lofty sentiments. Holding his sword in front of him, Chunzong's eyes shone with unparalleled brilliance. It was extremely sharp, like the edge of a sword piercing through the air. Kill. His sword pierced through the air. Once it was out, there was no life. Shocking and unparalleled killing intent spread in all directions and filled the heavens and earth. The sword light was extremely sharp. It killed the void, evil devil at the front like a hot knife through butter. The sword light continued on and killed the second void, evil devil. Through the detection of the token, Chunzong found Tianji and the others. However, he only saw 6 of them. The other 3, Iron Wall, Hong Yin, and Swift Shadow, were nowhere to be seen. This made Chunzong's heart sink slightly as a trace of unease rose in his heart. However, now was not the time to talk. Kill. His sword was merciless as he continued to kill. Although Chunzong's cultivation was only at the late 5th Heaven Saint rudiment stage, his true strength was far superior to most 6th Heaven Saint rudiment stage experts. The power of a 6th revolution, Dao, intent, was extremely terrifying. Under the heart domain, Chunzong could capture the void, evil devil's movements and make the most accurate response. Compressing the heart domain to a range of 50 meters, it was as if he had everything under his control. He could advance and retreat with ease. Moreover, he could intercept all the void, evil devils, allowing Tianji and the others to heal their injuries and recover their strength in peace. With a sword in hand, he was invincible. However, there were more than 100 void, evil devils. There were even more void, evil devils rushing over from afar. The aura in the air became denser and more ferocious. It brought great pressure to Chunzong. Chapter 1565. Time was of the essence. Every second counted. Tianji and the others were well aware of this and their injuries. Therefore, they cleared all distracting thoughts and seized every second to recover, regardless of their injuries or strength. In this state, they were powerless to resist and would be easily killed. However, they believed in Chunzong and believed that Chunzong could buy them time. At the very least, they would die. Kill, kill, kill. Killing intent filled the air and filled the air. Since leaving the mysterious heavenly battle fort to search for Tianji's team, Chunzong had killed hundreds of void demons with his sword. His killing intent was terrifying. Over 100 evil void devils attacked, but all of them fell under Chunzong's sword, slaughtered clean. However, this was just the beginning. More void demons arrived. From afar, their ferocious auras were like black clouds that could destroy a city. It was extremely terrifying. Time after time, Chunzong's strength continued to improve. However, he was not invincible. Gradually, the pressure on Chunzong became stronger. Lingwu power. Explode. Chunzong had no choice but to explode with even more strength. In an instant, his basic strength skyrocketed, causing his overall strength to increase tremendously. Kill, kill, kill. Extreme Heart Sword Style. Lifeless Sword Style. Chain. All of a sudden, a lower king realm void devil attacked from the side. This attack was incomparably ferocious and terrifying, and it wanted to kill Chunzong. A lower King Stage Void Demon was equivalent to a 7th level Saint Rudiment Stage martial artist. It was stronger than an ordinary 7th level Saint Rudiment Stage martial artist. Suddenly, a sword light flashed, and countless sword lights bloomed like sparks. They turned into an endless stream of flames and rushed toward the Void Demon. Limitless Sword Style. Not only did he block the lower King Stage Void Demon's attack, but he also killed it in an instant. Limitless Sword Style. This close combat swordsmanship that Chunzong had created in the Tianyuan ruins had been constantly comprehended and perfected. It had been divided into 3 major levels, each of which was more profound and more powerful. It had become another of Chunzong's profound swordsmanship. The everlasting sword was mysterious and boundless. Not only did it kill the king-level fiend devil, but it also killed the other powerful fiends behind it. The Demon of the Void was stronger than ordinary human cultivators of the same level, but it was no match for peerless geniuses like Chunzong. Under Chunzong's sword, only those who were stronger than Chunzong would be slaughtered. Even so, Chunzong still felt the pressure because the demons of the void seemed to be endless. They kept coming, one after the other, and were not afraid of death. Chunzong was greatly affected by this kind of momentum and desperation. The tyrannical aura swept out, surpassing the lower king stage and reaching the intermediate king stage, which was equivalent to the 8th heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Chunzong took a deep breath. If it was a one-on-one battle, Chunzong would naturally be willing to fight an 8th heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse to test the upper limit of his current strength. However, now was not the time. There were too many fiends in the void, and they would not give him such a chance. There was a limit to the power of Lingwu, and he could not continue fighting like this. Chunzong glanced at the 6 people who were trying their best to recover from the corner of his eye. He knew that if he wanted to, he could escape with his strength. He could escape right now. However, he could not. There were some things that he could not do, but there were some things that he had to do even if it meant risking his life. Since that was the case, he had no choice but to use the trump card that he did not want to reveal in front of others. Chunzong planned to keep the ring that could release the power of the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage given to him by the divine mystery military commander. After all, it was the power of the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage, and it was stronger than his Azura clone. In an instant, a gray sword light shot out from between Chunzong's eyebrows like an aurora. As soon as the sword light appeared, it exuded an extremely terrifying, murderous aura. The murderous aura was monstrous and boundless as it filled the world. Kill. Wherever the sword light passed, the void seemed to be pierced through. It was indestructible and indestructible. The sword light traveled 3 kilometers and killed dozens of fiends. Chun Xiu joined in, holding the Nirvana evil sword. Chun Xiu continued to absorb the murderous aura to replenish his strength. The mysterious god-killing formation formed by the original body and his clone was invincible and indestructible. Even an intermediate king grade void fiend with strength equivalent to an 8th heaven Saint Rudiment stage void fiend could not withstand the power of the mysterious god-killing formation and was instantly killed. The pressure on Chunzong was greatly relieved in an instant. He took advantage of this opportunity to comprehend while attacking with his sword. A battle of life and death was the best way to stimulate one's potential. If one could seize the opportunity to comprehend, their gains would be many times better than cultivating in seclusion. A tyrannical aura swept out. That aura was stronger than anything before. It was clearly a heavenly king grade fiend. It was equivalent to a 9th heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivator, but it was stronger than an ordinary 9th heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. The void evil force of a void fiend was naturally tyrannical. It was especially good at destroying and eroding. The stronger the void fiend, the more terrifying the void evil force it possessed. Of course, with the strength of Chun Xiu's Azura clone, An early 7th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage cultivator, he would not be afraid of an ordinary 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage cultivator. However, it would not be that easy to kill him. At this moment, Chun Xiu's strength had increased by several times under the mysterious god-killing formation. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. Chun Xiu had already practiced the Burning Fiend Azura sword technique to the extreme. Furthermore, with his astonishingly vigorous foundation of sword techniques, he was able to develop and extend it from the original foundation to reach a whole new level. It had become Chun Xiu's personal sword technique, allowing him to display his strength even more thoroughly. With 3 swords, the Heavenly King Grade Fiend was dead. None of the Void Fiends could withstand Chun Xiu's swords. As for Chun Zong's main body, he continued to kill the weaker Void Fiends while he continued to comprehend and hone himself. The top-grade Dao intent had unparalleled potential that could be unearthed. The Heart Domain also had potential that could be unearthed. Only an extremely small number of people would dare to train themselves in a life-and-death battle with the Void Evil Devil to improve themselves. They were either overestimating their own abilities, or they were extremely confident in themselves. Chun Zong was the latter. With Chun Xiu's participation, the Void Fiends continued to be killed. Chun Xiu was different from Chun Zong's main body. After killing the Void Fiend, not only would the Nirvana Evil Sword slowly recover its strength, but Chun Xiu could also absorb the fiendish aura and refine it to recover his exhausted strength. Without the restriction of a physical body, he could continue to fight endlessly. This was a true killing monster. In an instant, a tyrannical aura spread out. Black smoke billowed as if flames were burning, filling the air with a terrifying aura. This aura had surpassed the Heavenly King Grade and 9th level Saint Rudiment Stage. In an instant, Chun Zong and Chun Xiu's expressions changed drastically. Half-step Great Saint Grade. This was the aura of a half-step Great Saint Grade. Among the Void Fiends, it was also known as the Demigod Grade. To his surprise, a Demigod Fiend of the Void had arrived. Their expressions and hearts were solemn. Chun Zong and Chun Xiu both took a deep breath. No matter what, they could not retreat. They had to block it. However, their main body, Chun Zong, could not block it. They could only depend on Chun Xiu. In the distance, a humongous figure that was several hundred meters tall appeared. It was like a terrifying giant. Terrifying black, demonic flames burned around its body, incinerating the void. A tyrannical aura that was filled with ferocity and destructive power spread out. It turned into billowing black smoke that covered the sky and earth. Among the Void Fiends, those who were equivalent to the Great Saint stage were known as the Void Fiend Gods. Those who were half-step Great Saints were known as demigods. The Demigod Grade and Saint Rudiment Stage were 2 different levels. An extremely terrifying aura spread out in all directions. It was as if space and time had been sealed. Chun Zong felt that he could not move. The gap between them was simply too big. Although Chun Xiu could move, it was very difficult. It was very strenuous. In front of the humongous figure that was several hundred meters tall, both his main body and his doppelganger seemed so small. They were like ants. Ants that could be destroyed with a wave of his hand. Just like Chun Zong, he could not leave even if he wanted to. Even if he used the trump card that the divine mystery military lord had left for him, he still could not resist. This was a fundamental difference. Everything depended on Chun Xiu. Chun Xiu's eyes flickered with a gray, chaotic light that swirled like a vortex. Boom! The demigod Void Fiend made its move. Its huge claws swept across the sky, covering the sky and earth. It was as if space and time had been torn apart as it mercilessly bombarded. Heaven and earth wailed under this claw. Endless black smoke lingered around the edge of the sharp claws. The black flames burned fiercely, burning the sky and earth. Cold sweat flowed down from their foreheads. The 6 people who were recovering from their injuries and strength were also suppressed. They could not move or even turn their heads. When this claw fell, it seemed that everything would be destroyed. Nothing could resist it. Everything would be defeated and destroyed. The demigod void fiend showed no mercy. Chunzong could not move. He felt that his mind was about to freeze. This terrifying aura was too shocking. The vortex in Chun Xiu's eyes became more intense. One could see that the vortex in his left eye was moving in the opposite direction, while the vortex in his right eye was moving in the opposite direction. The vortex in his left eye was filled with vitality. The vitality was weak at first, but it gradually became rich and upright. The vortex in his right eye was filled with a deathly stillness. It was also weak at first, but it gradually became rich and strong as the vortex rotated. One eye for life, one eye for death. The evil eye of obliteration. This was the first time Chun Xiu had used the evil eye of obliteration since he started cultivating it. Chun Xiu was incomparably compatible with the cultivation of the evil eye of obliteration. Now that he was using it for the first time, he was full of confidence. An extremely mysterious aura suddenly spread out. It was the aura of life and death. Life and death were also incomparably mysterious Daos. Like yin and yang. In an instant, two rays of light bloomed from Chun Xiu's eyes. One was full of vitality, and the other was deathly stillness. In the void, a gray light suddenly spread out and condensed into a giant wheel. The giant wheel rotated, explaining the mysteries of life and death. Although the giant wheel was huge compared to the sharp claws of the demigod void fiend, it was very small. However, the aura that spread out was incomparably tough and indestructible. Even if the sky fell and the earth cracked, it would not be shaken at all. Chapter 1566. The giant claw swept across the sky. The giant will crushed everything in its path. In the blink of an eye, the giant claw slammed down on the giant wheel, but the giant will slammed into it. It was an earth-shattering collision. Chun Xiu's body trembled slightly, and the vortex in his eyes spun violently as if it wanted to devour everything. It also released an incredible power that controlled the giant wheel of life and death to crush the sky. The terrifying giant claw paused, and immediately after, it trembled from the end and cracked inch by inch, unable to withstand the power of the giant wheel of life and death. Crush! The giant claw suddenly shattered, and the arm also shattered inch by inch. However, Chun Xiu seemed to be under great pressure as his body trembled. Strands of gray aura seemed to be uncontrollable as they leaked out from his eyes. This was overload. After all, the opponent was a demigod-level void demon, which had completely surpassed the Saint Realm. The giant claw shattered and disappeared, and so did the arm, causing great damage to the void demon. The excruciating pain made the void demon roar in anger. The demigod-level void demon was scared when its entire arm disappeared. It turned around without hesitation and turned into a majestic black light, rolling up a vast black smoke as it quickly left. The demigod-level void demon was no longer fearless. It was not easy for them to reach the demigod level. Boom! The giant wheel of life and death exploded out of control, and the aura of life and death swept out as if it had condensed into countless beams of light that swept in all directions. It was like the scorching sun shining on everything. Under the terrifying aura of life and death, all the void demons that were illuminated by the light paused and then collapsed inch by inch, turning into nothingness. With just one strike, not only did it severely injure a demigod void fiend, causing it to flee in fear, it also killed hundreds of void fiend, clearing the area in one fell swoop. Chunzong could not help but feel astonished. It was a shock that came from the bottom of his heart and soul. It was too terrifying. The power of the evil eye of obliteration was actually this strong. Of course, Chunzong did not know that the real evil eye of obliteration was actually not this strong. However, Chun Xiu had an innate fiend body, which was most compatible with the evil eye of obliteration. It had unknowingly increased the power of the evil eye of obliteration, surpassing its original limit and reaching a higher level. Even Chun Xiu himself had yet to realize this. After using the evil eye of obliteration, Chun Xiu's body swayed, and a large amount of gray aura escaped from his eyes. His entire aura became chaotic and weak. Load. It was as if the evil eye of annihilation and the wheel of life and death had already been overloaded when it was used to crush the demigod void fiend. In an instant, Chun Xiu turned into a stream of light and entered Chun Zong's glabella. Chun Zong could clearly feel that Chun Xiu was in a very bad state. Chun Xiu's body was not made of flesh and blood. In essence, he was not injured. However, if one were to make an analogy, the current Chun Xiu was as if he had been seriously injured. His strength had greatly decreased. This was the after effect of overloading the evil eye of obliteration. Chun Xiu needed a period of time to recover. It had to be said that the consequences were severe. Fortunately, as long as he had enough baleful aura, he could recover faster. Like a whale sucking in water, a large amount of murderous aura poured into Chun Zong's glabella and into his divine sea, where it was absorbed by Chun Xiu to restore his body. "Let's go," Chun Zong said without hesitation. Tianji and the others had also refined the elixirs. Their injuries had been alleviated, and they had recovered some of their strength. Hearing Chun Zong's words, they immediately got up and quickly moved forward. Now was the best time to escape. If they missed this opportunity, more void fiends would come after them. By then, they would not be able to escape even if they wanted to. While using their movement techniques to run, Tianji and the others were extremely shocked. Was the lifeless sword's strength already so overbearing? It could actually kill so many void fiends. Those were void fiends that they could not defeat even if they joined forces at their peak. Moreover, the terrifying aura that appeared at that moment suppressed everything and made them feel despair. It was completely beyond their imagination. How did the lifeless sword resist it? Curious. Very curious. However, they did not ask. Now was not the right time to ask. They had to escape first. The 7 of them quickly left the Blood Demon Valley. The further they went, the less dangerous it would be. However, the Void Fiends did not stop chasing them. Hundreds of Void Fiends rushed out of the Blood Demon Valley like black waves. They chased after the aura fluctuations left behind by the 7 of them. Tianji and the others were still injured. The elixirs just now only alleviated their injuries. Their cultivation had not recovered yet. Therefore, their speed was not as fast as when they were at their peak. They were also not as fast as Chun Zong. Chun Zong could not move at full speed. He could only follow them. The King Realm Void Fiends were extremely fast. They quickly overtook the other Void Fiends and chased after them. As they got closer and closer, the 7 of them felt uneasy. "You guys go first." Chun Zong made a prompt decision. "I have a life-saving trump card. I will follow you later." At this rate, they would only be caught. At that time, Tianji and the others would not be able to recover from their injuries, and their strength would not be enough. It was inevitable that they would be killed. Be careful. Hearing Chun Zong say that he had a life-saving trump card, Tianji and the others gritted their teeth and accelerated again. They did not care about their injuries and flew forward quickly. Chun Zong turned around and faced the Void Fiends. His eyes flashed with a sharp cold light. Lingwu power! Burst! In an instant, the remaining Lingwu power merged with the Saint Chi. His cultivation strength skyrocketed. The extreme edge sword was unsheathed. The sword light was sharp and powerful. It slashed through the air. Chaotic edge slash. Countless sharp sword lights tore through the sky. In the blink of an eye, the 2 lower king level void demons were sliced into pieces and killed. However, there were not only lower king realm void fiends chasing after them. There were also middle king realm void fiends. It seemed that he had to use the artifact ring given to him by the divine mystery military lord. Without hesitation, Chun Zong immediately activated the power of the artifact ring. The terrifying power of the peak saint realm erupted in an instant. Chun Zong felt that it was going to explode out of control. Kill! under the control of his powerful divine sense. The terrifying peak Saint Realm power instantly poured into the extreme edge sword. The sword trembled and let out a melodious sword cry. This power was so powerful that even with Chunzong's powerful divine sense, he could not fully control it. He could not perform any sword technique with it. He could only slash out horizontally. The terrifying sword light broke through the sky and turned into a crescent moon that was hundreds of meters long. It slashed through the sky. It was a very ordinary slash, but it burst out with unparalleled power. The void seemed to be torn apart and destroyed by this terrifying sword light. Regardless of whether it was the lower or middle king realm evil demons, they were completely defenseless against this sword light. There was not even a trace of resistance. It swept in all directions and was instantly defeated. In an instant, more than a dozen King Realm Void Fiends were all killed by the terrifying sword light. Taking advantage of the fact that the Lingwu power was not exhausted, Chunzong grabbed the dozen cores into his storage ring. He then turned into a stream of light and quickly flew away. Although the other Void Fiends, who were not King Realm Void Fiends, kept chasing, they could not catch up with them. After more than half an hour, they finally succeeded in getting rid of the Void Fiends. They stopped to rest. Tianji and the others' injuries were too serious. Chunzong took out some good pills and gave them to heal their injuries and restore their strength. It would take a lot of time to return to the mysterious heavenly battle castle. If they encountered another Void Fiend squad, a fierce battle would be inevitable. Therefore, they took advantage of the fact that they had not been discovered by the Void Fiends to heal their injuries and restore their strength as much as possible. While Tianji and the others were recovering from their injuries, Chunzong stood guard on one side and reflected on the previous battle. For hours later, everyone had finished refining the elixirs. Their injuries had been greatly alleviated, and their cultivations had almost recovered. Their strength was equivalent to 60 to 70% of their peak condition. They could be considered to have the strength to protect themselves. Everyone could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. They had survived. There was hope for them to return alive. Wu Sheng, how did you find us? Tianji could not help but ask. With a token, Chunzong smiled and said, "Where are Iron Wall, Red Smoke, and Swift Shadow?" Tianji and the others suddenly fell silent. A trace of sadness flashed in their eyes. Chunzong suddenly felt suffocated. Although he had been mentally prepared, he still could not control himself when he confirmed it. Sadness swept over him like a surging tide. Deep breaths, deep breaths. For a moment, Chunzong did not know what to say. This kind of life and death parting was still a little strange to him. He could not be so calm. They died a worthy death. Tianji's voice was a little hoarse. He squeezed out a smile with difficulty. Although Tianji and the others had been in the void battlefield for many years and were used to seeing death, they could not help but feel sad. Every time a teammate who had accompanied them through life and death passed away, sadness would fill their hearts. However, they had to suppress it and hide it deep. Those who died must die a worthy death. Those who lived must live a wonderful life. After a while, Chunzong adjusted himself. He might have to learn to get used to this kind of thing. "Let's go," Chunzong said, but he could not raise his spirits. Tianji and the others had recovered from their injuries. They had enough strength to protect themselves. As for the remaining injuries, they would not be able to recover in a short time. Therefore, they all set off to return to the mysterious heavenly battle castle to recover from the remaining injuries. The 7 of them soared into the sky and quickly flew toward the mysterious heavenly battle castle. Along the way, they did not talk because they did not have the mood to talk. On the way back, although they encountered some void demons, they managed to break out of the encirclement with the help of the mysterious god-killing formation. The outline of the mysterious heavenly battle castle appeared in front of them. They could not help but feel excited. They had thought that they wouldn't be able to return from this trip. When Iron Wall, Red Smoke, and Swift Shadow died, this feeling became even stronger. Who would have thought that Chunzong would appear out of nowhere, killing so many void devils and saving them. It was all because of Chunzong that they were able to return this time. Naturally, they were grateful to Chunzong. However, there was no need to mention it. After approaching the mysterious heavenly battle castle and passing the inspection, they stepped into the mysterious heavenly battle castle and returned to their team's residence. Tianji and the others naturally went to recuperate, while Chunzong entered a short period of seclusion. Chapter 1567. This is the last day of the year. Six Paths calculated that his circle of friends would explode tonight. Many people would lament that they didn't do well this year, but they would get used to it next year. In addition, Six Paths asked for sponsorship to buy a chair yesterday. He didn't have much hope, but he still received 500 coins as a reward. In the void battlefield, black smoke filled the air like a black sea. A gust of wind blew, and it was as if a bugle horn had been blown. A humming sound filled the air, and a heroic aura arose spontaneously. The black clouds rolled like a tide. It was the gathering of the Void Demon Army. They were about to launch another attack. From afar, there were at least tens of thousands of them. The Void Demon Army was vast and mighty, carrying a terrifying aura. They were merciless, as if they wanted to destroy everything in the world. Outside the Xintian battle fortress, the patrolling soldiers' expressions changed greatly. They immediately set up a battle formation and issued orders at the same time to let the soldiers know that the Void Demon Army was attacking again. Soon, many soldiers rushed out of the Xintian battle fortress and formed a battle formation outside the Xintian battle fortress. Tianxian Army, Wang Xianjun Army, Ming Xian Army. One after another, the Divine Xian Army and the Imperial Division appeared one after another. Inside the Xintian battle fortress, the Divine Xian Army's slaughter division also sounded. The Void Demon Army is attacking again. Captain Tianji appeared. After a period of rest, his injuries were almost healed. He still needed some time to recover, but it wouldn't affect his strength. Snowblade's entire body was filled with an extremely shocking aura. It was as cold as the snow on an iceberg. Void Demon Army. They were the common enemy, and they could only kill them. Iron Wall, Hongyan, Swift Shadow. All of them died under the hands of the Void Demon Army, including the other members of the third team. Kill. Everyone's heart was filled with murderous intent towards the Void Demon. This kind of hatred could only be washed away with blood. The third team, move out, Tianji shouted. His aura was shocking, and his killing intent was shocking. There were 10 people in Tianji's team, but only 7 of them moved out. At this time, they couldn't add new members. However, the Divine Xian Army Slaughter Division was different from the other divisions. They didn't need to fight the Void Demon Army head-on. Move out. After rushing out of the Xintian battle fortress, Chunzong's expression changed. A large black mass was constantly sweeping over from afar. An incomparably terrifying aura spread out as if it wanted to devour everything. It caused people to involuntarily feel panic and palpitations. Tianji, of course. Shortly after, the Heavenly Halberd team encountered the Giant Martial team. It could be seen that the Giant Martial team was not at full strength, only having 6 people left. When they saw the Heavenly Halberd team, the members of the Giant Martial team were all stunned. Then, without saying anything, they passed by each other. The other 8 divisions of the Xintian army formed a battle formation. Their aura soared to the sky. They stepped forward step by step. As they moved, their aura became more condensed and more shocking. Like the wind, their aura spread. They were invincible. Thousands of troops. Even if they died, they had no regrets. The black mass of Void Demon Army attacked. There were tens of thousands of them. Moreover, they seemed to be endless. They were like a surging wave that wanted to destroy everything. It was as if they were about to enter the final battle. Every soldier of the Xintian army had a resolute look on their face. They were resolute and fearless. They were resolute and resolute. From the moment they became a member of the Xintian army, they were destined to tie their lives here. For the stability and peace of the Shintian world, they had to work hard for their whole lives. Before this, many of his colleagues had already taken that step without regret. Now, it was his turn to do the same. Of course, no one was willing to die if they could live. If they died, it depended on how they died. Was it a silent death, a heroic death that would be remembered for eternity, or an infamous death that would be remembered for eternity? Here, resisting the invasion of the Void Demon Army was equivalent to dying a heroic death. Perhaps their names might not be passed down through the ages, but their spirit and would be passed down forever. Charge! 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 The Shintian army became faster and faster. In the end, they charged out like thousands of troops galloping. Their aura was like a rainbow that shook the heavens and earth. It was like two terrifying torrents of steel colliding with each other. Killing intent filled the sky. Chunzong was stunned. He felt a terrifying aura sweep out. Terrifying killing intent filled the air. In front of such a large-scale battle of life and death, he seemed so small and powerless. Perhaps even a half-step great sage expert could not underestimate it. Only a supreme great saint would be able to ignore such a collision. Collecting his thoughts, Chunzong continued to advance with the Heavenly Halberd army. This kind of frontal battle was not the responsibility of the Divine Xian army. Their responsibility was to eliminate the void demons from the periphery and assist the army that was fighting head-on. Although they were killing the void demons from the periphery, the degree of danger was not inferior to the army that was charging head-on. After all, the void demons were not stupid. After being attacked by the Divine Xian army a few times, they were already prepared. The Divine Xian killing formation had already been formed and released a terrifying killing intent. Kill! The Divine Xian killing formation that was formed by 7 people seemed to be more powerful than the original formation of 10 people. Because everyone's strength had increased, especially Chunzong. Compared to before, his strength was like heaven and earth. He was like a sharp knife that was invincible. Kill! 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 One by one, the Heavenly Halberd team killed the evil void devils. As for the core, no one went to collect it. At this moment, they couldn't afford to be distracted. However, a large amount of evil chi flowed towards Chunzong and was absorbed by Chunxiu, allowing him to recover further. This kind of unique advantage made the original body, Chunzong, very envious. The Divine Xian killing formation was operating and killing the void demons without any mercy. Even though they were attacking from the periphery, there was still an indescribable sense of shock when they saw a large number of void demons dashing forward. It was as if they would be torn apart by the terrifying torrent if they were to fall into it. This feeling was as if they were walking on the edge of life and death. It was as if they were dancing on the tip of a blade. It was incomparably dangerous. If they were not careful, they would die. But it was also this feeling that made everyone feel incomparably excited. It was as if all the pores on their body had opened up. They were trembling in fear, but it was also filled with challenge. It made their spirit and will more concentrated, and they could erupt with even more strength. If they were not strong, they would die. Suddenly, an illusory figure seemed to be shuttling through the void, moving silently and catching everyone off guard. In a flash, it appeared behind a Spirit Xian elite, and its sharp claws pierced through the back of that Spirit Xian elite, clawing at his heart. The second shadow, the third shadow, the fourth shadow. One shadow after another appeared, and the Divine Xian army's elites were constantly being killed. A black shadow flashed and appeared behind Chunzong's back without a sound. An extremely terrifying sharp claw slashed out with an extremely ferocious power. It seemed to penetrate the void and was even faster than lightning. It was too fast and silent, making it difficult to guard against. But Chunzong's heart domain covered all directions. Although the void demon's movements were extremely mysterious, it was unable to escape from Chunzong's heart domain. As if it had been waiting for a long time, the extreme edge sword released an unparalleled sharpness that pierced through the void. Its speed was faster than the claws, and it arrived first. Kill! At the same time as the sword pierced through the claw, it also pierced through the arm. Like a bolt of lightning, it pierced through the evil void devil. The void demon's appearance was somewhat strange. It gave Chunzong the feeling that it was a shadow or a thin piece of paper. In an instant, Chunzong knew that this was one of the rarer types of void demons, the shadow demons. The shadow demons themselves weren't very strong. They weren't good at fighting head-on, but they were born with the ability to hide their presence. It was as if they were passing through the void, making it difficult for others to detect them. In addition, the claws of the shadow devils were incomparably sharp, like swords and sabers. They were extremely terrifying and could easily pierce through the protective energy of cultivators, killing them and turning them into assassins among the void devils. It was unknown how many soldiers of the mysterious Heaven Army had died to the shadow demons. This time, the shadow demons wanted to assassinate Chunzong, but they failed. Not only did they fail, but they were also killed by Chunzong. At the same time, a shadow demon appeared behind the dark cold spear and attacked. Although the dark cold spear sensed it and reacted quickly, he was still a bit too slow. Under normal circumstances, the dark cold spear would have been killed and no one would be able to save him. However, Chunzong was right beside him. The heart domain enveloped an area of 1,000 meters. None of the shadow demons could hide. They were all under Chunzong's control. Attack! Extreme Heart Sword Style. The Extreme Heart Sword Style under the peak rank 6 Heart Sword Dao intent became even more powerful. The power of each attack was displayed to the extreme by Chunzong. With a single slash, the Shadow Devil Cultivator died. Within 1,000 meters of the heart domain, none of the shadow demons could hide. Attack! Sword lights shot out like a torrential downpour, instantly killing many shadow devils and saving many of the Spirit Xian Army's elite assassins. Chunzong's expression was calm, as if everything was under his control. Chu Zhongyang was attacked by a shadow demon, but he was saved by Chunzong. The complicated feelings in his heart could not be described with words. He had always looked down on Chunzong and wanted to suppress him. However, he failed time and time again. In the end, he was defeated by Chunzong. After that, Chunzong competed with many peerless prodigies and obtained a spot in the Lingwu sacred ground. Chu Zhongyang was left in the dust. Chu Zhongyang was unwilling to give up. He worked hard, and his strength increased greatly. However, compared to Chunzong, there was still a huge gap. This gap was that he could not detect the shadow demon's attacks. On the other hand, not only could Chunzong detect them, but he could also kill them and even save him. For a moment, Chu Zhongyang felt despair. Defeating yourself is more important than defeating others. A voice entered Chu Zhongyang's ears. It was Su Mubai. Chapter 1568. Most of the time, people needed to understand their own situation so that they wouldn't get lost. Su Mubai understood this earlier than Chu Zhongyang. Of course, this wasn't directly related to the conflict between Su Mubai and Chunzong. It was always easier for a bystander to understand certain facts. Su Mubai understood it, but Chu Zhongyang still didn't. Geniuses were always more outstanding and had firmer beliefs. They were hard to shake and hard to change. Hence, even when Chu Zhongyang heard Su Mubai's voice transmission, a look of realization flashed through his eyes. It was as if he had been enlightened, but there was also a shred of unwillingness entrenched within him, and he kept struggling. Su Mubai naturally saw the struggle in Chu Zhongyang's eyes. He knew that Chu Zhongyang wouldn't be able to understand it so easily. It would be a pity if Chu Zhongyang couldn't understand in the end. After all, Chu Zhongyang could be considered a peak genius. Even if he couldn't become a great saint expert in the future, he could at least become a powerful half-step great saint expert. If he could understand it, then Chu Zhongyang's achievements would be even higher. He would have a greater chance of seeing through the final mystery and becoming a great saint expert. Of course, since ancient times, becoming a great saint expert was the ultimate goal of countless geniuses. Countless people stepped forward one after another, but there were very few who could become a great saint expert. An ultimate great sage realm powerhouse represented a limit. It was the end of the path of cultivation. Shenzong didn't pay attention to Chu Zhongyang. He didn't have any special reason to save Chu Zhongyang. It was only because they were both members of the Shan Xian army. Chu Zhongyang wasn't the only one who was saved by Shenzong. In Shenzong's opinion, although Chu Zhongyang was very outstanding, he was someone he would surpass sooner or later. Kill, kill, kill. Every shadow devil that appeared in Shenzong's heart domain had nowhere to hide. They all died under Shenzong's sword. They suffered heavy losses. Shenzong had been targeted by an expert from the Shadow Devil clan. All of a sudden, Shenzong felt a chill down his spine, as if something terrible was about to happen, enough to threaten his life. Shenzong's eyes flashed. He was constantly paying attention to his surroundings. If he was not mistaken, he should have been targeted by a strong cultivator from the void. This kind of expert was enough to threaten his life. If he was careless, he could be killed. Danger. Shenzong felt that his heart domain could vaguely sense the danger, but at the same time, he couldn't. It was a very hazy feeling. Compress the heart domain. Rapidly, the heart domain of 1,000 meters was compressed to 50 meters. Within the 50-meter heart domain, everything became clearer. Vaguely, it felt like Shenzong was in control of everything. A shadow appeared. It was even more secretive than the shadow demon, and Shenzong could barely detect its presence. Shadow Devil King. The shadow demons were naturally secretive, and the Shadow Demon King was even more outstanding. An inferior king rank shadow demon was even more dangerous than an 8th heaven saint rudiment stage cultivator. In a head-on battle, inferior king rank shadow demon might not be a match for a 7th heaven saint rudiment stage cultivator. Shenzong felt a strong sense of danger. It was as if there was a knife at his back. He turned around and drew his sword. Lingwu energy erupted and merged with saint energy, raising Shenzong's saint energy to the late 6th heaven saint rudiment stage in an instant. The sword directly shattered the inferior king rank shadow demon's claws, pierced through its arm, and pierced through its body. A terrifying force burst out and shattered half of the shadow demon's body. Even the inferior king rank shadow demon's attack couldn't do anything to Shenzong. Instead, it was killed. The Shadow Demon clan valued Shenzong even more. This person had caused a lot of casualties to the Shadow Demon clan. He had to die. Suddenly, 3 inferior king rank shadow demons surrounded Shenzong from 3 different directions. However, they were immediately discovered by Shenzong as soon as they entered the 50-meter radius of his heart domain. Lingwu energy erupted again. After entering the void battleground and fighting against a large number of void devils, Shenzong had further mastered the application of Lingwu energy. He could unleash it in an instant and retract it in an instant. This way, he could reduce the consumption of Lingwu energy and extend the number of times he could unleash his strength. The instant explosion caused Shenzong's overall strength to soar. An ordinary 7th heaven saint rudiment stage cultivator was no match for Shenzong. Wuji. Shenzong slashed out with his sword. Instantly, sword lights filled the sky and covered the 3 inferior king rank shadow demons. When the sword lights dissipated, the 3 inferior king rank shadow demons were all dead. 3 kills with 1 slash. A murderous intent flashed in the eyes of one of the inferior king rank shadow demons. He turned into a shadow and charged toward Shenzong like a bolt of lightning. A strong sense of danger made Shenzong's hair stand on end. Lingwu energy erupted in an instant. Within the 50-meter radius of his heart domain, Shenzong also felt a shadow approaching. However, it was too fast, and he couldn't lock onto it. Although the heart domain was useful, it couldn't catch up when the difference in strength was too great. Shenzong could only vaguely see what was going on. Relying on his instincts, he held his sword horizontally to block the sure kill strike of the Demon King. Although he blocked the attack, the tyrannical impact made the sword tremble and almost fly out of his hand. If Shenzong hadn't cultivated the non-quenching Jade technique and reached the 3rd level of the Chaos Heaven Realm and Body Refinement, he wouldn't have been able to hold the sword. Losing the sword would be fatal for Chunzong, especially in a battle of life and death. The inferior king rank shadow demon's attack speed was extremely fast. The second attack arrived immediately. Tianji and the others were also entangled by the void devils. They couldn't divert their attention to help Chunzong. For the second attack, Chunzong swung his sword with all his might. Lifeless sword style. His sword was extremely powerful, but the inferior king rank shadow demon's sword light was shattered. The inferior king rank shadow demon's sharp claws mercilessly clawed at Chunzong's chest with irresistible force. Then, the sword light flashed. Like a stroke of God, the sword crossed the sky and blocked the inferior king rank shadow demon's sharp claws again. It was Chunzong's sword. The superb sword technique allowed Chunzong to quickly disperse the force and defend with his sword. However, the force of this attack was still very strong. The sword trembled, and Chunzong was also sent flying. The third attack, the inferior king rank shadow demon didn't show any mercy. It swore to kill Chunzong. Danger! The moment the inferior king rank shadow demon locked onto Chunzong, the danger became more intense. Then it attacked. The danger seemed to erupt and wanted to drown Chunzong. The intense sense of danger also made Chunzong feel that he was about to break through. The feeling of breaking through became more and more intense, but he didn't know what it was. Chunzong had a trump card. It was the treasure ring given to him by the divine mystery military lord. It could still be used twice. However, Chunzong didn't want to use it yet. He wanted to use the crisis of this inferior king rank shadow demon to stimulate his potential and break through his limits. Chunzong dared to do this only because he was crazy. However, in order to improve himself and become stronger, he had to be crazy, especially in a battle like this. If he didn't become stronger, he would only become cannon fodder. He didn't even know when he would be killed. Chunzong's peak heart, sword Dao intent was stimulated to the extreme. He felt like he was about to break through. Was he going to break through to the seventh revolution? If the heart, sword Dao intent broke through to the seventh revolution, its power would increase greatly. At that time, he would become even stronger. The intense sense of danger caused Chunzong's divine sense to become even purer. The soul control technique circulated faster and faster. It was as if it was about to break free from his control. Everything seemed to be out of Chunzong's control, but at the same time, it also seemed to be under his control. The fourth attack. The inferior king rank shadow demon strength was comparable to an ordinary early 8th heaven saint realm cultivator. However, Chunzong was under great pressure. Suppression. It was practically suppressive. If it had been another inferior void devil that excelled in direct combat, Chunzong might have been defeated already. Even so, Chunzong's arm gradually became numb. The power of his Ling Wu continued to deplete. He wouldn't be able to hold on for long. No one could help Chunzong. Everyone was facing many powerful enemies. They couldn't afford to be distracted. He could only rely on himself. Chunzong knew very well that he didn't dare to expect others to help him. He had to rely on himself. If he couldn't defend himself, he would have to use the power of the ring given to him by the divine mystery military lord to kill this inferior king rank shadow demon. But what about after he killed it? Would there be more king stage shadow demons coming for him, or even heavenly king stage shadow demons? At the end of the day, he still needed to be strong enough. Only when he was strong enough would he not need to rely on external forces. Celestial crystal tyrant body. Purple world incineration flame. Chunzong used more energy to increase his strength. On the extreme edge sword, there were raging black flames burning, releasing an astonishingly high temperature. Unfortunately, the purple world incineration flame was only a 4th grade heavenly flame. It couldn't increase Chunzong's strength by much. Even with the ancient refining flame technique, it was difficult to raise the purple world incineration flame strength. It would take a long time to cultivate. Moreover, it was best to cultivate in an environment filled with origin chi of fire. Of course, if he could devour other heavenly flames, he would be able to raise his strength even faster. The 8th attack. The inferior king rank shadow demon's 8th attack arrived. Its sharp claws pierced through the air, piercing through everything. Although the move was simple, it was extremely sharp. It could penetrate all defenses. With a flash of sword light, it blocked the attack once again, as if it was a stroke of genius. However, Chunzong was sent flying. His arm was trembling, and the web between his thumb and forefinger was torn. Blood flowed out. With the difference in strength, it was already not easy for Chunzong to block the attack again and again. Chunzong's face was pale, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. However, there was no fear in his eyes. Instead, there was only excitement and excitement. His fighting spirit soared to the sky. This battle was just right. The enemy was very strong, completely stronger than him. However, he couldn't kill him in one blow. He could stimulate his potential bit by bit under the pressure of this life and death crisis. The 9th attack. Chunzong was sent flying hundreds of meters. He felt as if his right arm had cracked. Streaks of bloody light bulged out, and faint traces of blood seeped out. Chapter 1569. In the new year, the 6 Paths of Samsara wishes you all the best. Lots of health, lots of money, lots of beautiful women, lots of handsome men. I hope the 6 Paths of Samsara will have a better new year. Attack from both sides. Pincer attack. In an instant, Chunzong was in a life-or-death situation. It was not difficult to block the attack from the Emperor-level shadow demon behind him. The difficult part was to take a direct hit from the Emperor-level shadow demon. That was a fatal blow. Danger. Life and death. Chunzong calmed down. The more dangerous the situation was, the calmer and steadier he was. But in that instant, the God control technique was stimulated by the life-or-death situation and broke through the limit. In an instant, Chunzong felt as if his divine sense had turned into an invisible whirlpool, like a black hole swallowing everything. When the limit was broken, the mystery was born. Once the limit was broken, there would often be significant changes. The 50-meter heart domain was compressed again in an instant. 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. When Chunzong's heart domain was compressed to 10 meters, a feeling of being in complete control of everything arose spontaneously, filling Chunzong's heart with an incomparable feeling. Divine sense. Heart domain. The 10-meter radius seemed to have turned into a domain. The void was between his fingers. Chunzong felt as if he could move mountains easily. Suppression. In an instant, the space within the 10-meter radius was suppressed by an invisible but extremely powerful force. It was as if an invisible mountain was pressing down. The chi of heaven and earth within the 10-meter radius was also frozen, unable to flow at all. The compression from 50 meters to 10 meters was not just a 5-fold reduction. Its power was increased by dozens or even hundreds of times. The Emperor-level shadow demon behind him paused for a moment. The attack that was originally heading towards Chunzong with an irresistible force also paused. With this pause, it was unable to hit Chunzong. Under the suppression, the Emperor-level shadow demon's attack was also affected. The 6th step of the thunder steps of the 9 heavens. In an instant, Chunzong turned into a bolt of lightning and escaped from the pincer attack of the 2 Emperor-level shadow demons by a hair's breadth. He turned around and pierced the head of the shadow demon king with his sword, killing it on the spot. When he turned around for the 2nd time, it was as if he had brought about countless illusions as he slashed out a 2nd time. Extreme Heart Sword Technique. The speed of the sword light was extremely fast. With the help of the heart domain, the speed of the sword exceeded the limit. Kill. However, the mid-tier Demon King Shadow Devil was very strong. After blocking Chunzong's sword with its claws, the sharp claws followed the sword and mercilessly slashed towards Chunzong. It seemed like it wanted to tear Chunzong's body apart. The combination of his spiritual sense and the 10-meter heart domain instantly caused an even more shocking power to erupt. At this moment, It was as if the mountains and seas were overturned as it erupted with full force. The mid-king class Void Demon's Claw attack also paused for a moment, as if it had been slightly shifted by an invisible force. This deviation was very weak, almost undetectable, but it avoided a vital point. Half of Chenzong's body was shrouded in lightning. The blazing lightning swept out in all directions. When the sword was drawn, it seemed as if the lightning had spread, making the sword look even more dazzling. And with the help of the heart domain, the speed of the sword increased by a lot. When the heart domain was compressed to 10 meters, not only could it suppress the surroundings, it could also unleash a shocking power. Combined with the spiritual sense, it could bind, suppress, and shift the opponent. It could also increase the user's speed and increase the user's speed. It was like a force field, but also not a force field. Even though it was difficult for him to kill the mid-king tier shadow demon, he was no longer in a life-or-death situation. All of the mid-tier Demon King Shadow Devil's attacks were controlled and suppressed by Chenzong's heart domain. Fury. The mid-tier Demon King Shadow Devil was abnormally furious. Black light suddenly spread around its body, and its eyes glowed with a scarlet light. Its killing intent soared to the sky. In the next moment, the body of the Demon King Shadow Devil seemed to turn into a burst of black smoke and exploded. It spread out in all directions. This was the Demon King Shadow Devil's innate ability, and it was even harder to resist. But with the 10-meter heart domain that had undergone a qualitative change, everything was under Chenzong's control. Suppress. The exploding black smoke trembled slightly in that instant. Wuji. Countless sword lights, combined with the heart domain, instantly covered all directions. The densely packed sound was extremely ear-piercing, and the cold light flickered nonstop. All the attacks were blocked by Chenzong. Lifeless sword style. Absolute counterattack. After the mid-tier Demon King Shadow Devil used its innate ability that it would not use easily, it was unable to kill Chenzong. It instantly fell into a weakened state and was killed by Chenzong. Chenzong also heaved a sigh of relief. Danger. It was really incomparably dangerous just now. If he was careless, he would have died. But danger and opportunity coexisted. Under the crisis of life and death, his potential erupted. The Spirit Control Supreme Art broke through the limit in one go, causing the spiritual sense to exceed the limit as well, leading the heart domain to break through the limit. He had almost died, but he had gained a lot. A 10-meter realm of heart was like a domain, allowing him to control everything within it. Its power was more than 100 times stronger than a 50-meter realm of heart. The difference between 10 meters and 50 meters was 5 times. But it was not only the difference in quantity, but also the difference in quality. It was like the difference in quality from wood to steel. When the Lingwu power was depleted, it had to be condensed again. But there was no time for that during the battle. Fortunately, the heart domain had broken through the limit and was compressed to 10 meters. Its power was greatly increased. As long as one entered the 10-meter heart domain, they would be suppressed. Chenzong could make use of the heart domain to increase his strength. With this, Chenzong's strength would not be inferior to the state when he used the Lingwu power. Kill, kill, kill. Heaven burning, earth fire. City destroying hurricane. The two swords struck out consecutively, merging into an extremely violent flaming hurricane that swept out and roared. These two moves had merged to 90%. Its power was even more tyrannical. The flaming hurricane roared and blasted out, killing into the army of void demons. Instantly, dozens of void demons were killed. However, the evil void devils that were only a few dozen meters away were insignificant to the entire army. The sword rose, and the sword light was vast. The extremely terrifying aura locked onto Chenzong again. It was the ultimate killing intent. Heavenly King Stage. A Heavenly King Stage Void Fiend targeted Chenzong and charged towards him without hesitation. Void demons were not wild beasts. They were intelligent life forms. They had their own cultivation path and their own way of living. Seeing Chenzong killing so many void demons, it was impossible for him to survive. It was horrifying. Even if the heart domain had broken through and compressed to 10 meters, it could not make Shenzong feel at ease and secure. When the difference in strength was huge enough, it was enough to ignore all means and crush with pure strength. This time, Shenzong did not use his opponent to train himself like before. With such a huge difference in strength, it was no different from seeking death if he still wanted to use his opponent's pressure to train himself. Without hesitation, Shenzong immediately activated the power of the artifact ring. The power of the Peak Saint Rudiment stage instantly spread out and penetrated the sword. The spirit control technique broke through the limit, and so did his divine sense. The power of the Peak Saint Rudiment stage was completely under Shenzong's control. The first time he used it, it was a one-time release and consumed all of its power because he could not fully control it at that time. But this time, Shenzong's divine sense had undergone a qualitative change. It was much more powerful. He could completely control the power of the Peak Saint Rudiment stage, as if it was his own. He could control it with ease. Kill. The Heavenly King stage Void Demon did not even have the chance to resist before it was killed. But this power was not exhausted. It only consumed less than half of its power. Shenzong's eyes were extremely sharp and filled with murderous intent. Slash. He swung his sword, Chaotic Slash. Countless sword lights with unparalleled sharpness pierced through the air and covered 100 meters in front of him. Over 100 fiendish void demons were also slain by this single sword strike. It was unstoppable like a fierce tiger. Heaven burning, earth fire. City destroying hurricane. The two swords merged and blasted out again. The 9 armies of the Xintian army and the Void Demon army fought to the death. In an instant, many soldiers of the Xintian army and many Void Demons died. Then, an extremely terrifying, murderous intent swept out. It was overwhelming and extremely cold. Under the impact of the murderous aura, many people began to hallucinate as if demons were dancing. From the depths of the Void Demon army, a huge figure that was 100 meters tall seemed to step out of the void, exuding an extremely terrifying pressure. Demigod Stage. It was a Demigod Stage Void Demon. This Demigod Stage Void Demon's body was extremely strong, but it did not reveal its strength. Its strong body was covered in a pitch-black armor covered with barbs and burning flames. Headless Giant Demon. This was a very tyrannical demigod in the Void Fiend army. The Headless Giant Demon's body was huge and strong. Its every move brought about terrifying black flames, and its terrifying aura was unparalleled. The Headless Giant Demon grabbed at the void with its thick arms, and countless black flames condensed. A huge black spear appeared in its hand, and it fiercely swung it. In an instant, it was as if a vacuum had been blasted out, and several small teams of the Spirit Xian army were turned into ashes. It was unstoppable. Although the Spirit Xian army soldiers were called the elites of the Xintian army and were all powerful, that was only relative. To a powerful demigod like the Headless Giant Demon, they were like ants. Headless Giant Demon. The Green-Tooth Killer's expression changed greatly. He was the closest to it and immediately rushed over. There were 4 divisions of the Spirit Xian army soldiers, and each division was led by a half-step Great Saint. The Green-Tooth Killer's saber swept across the sky, and the saber light was peerless, but it was shattered by the Headless Giant Demon's spear. The Demigod Stage and the Half-Step Great Saint Stage were on the same level, but the Demigod Stage Void Demon was more terrifying. Moreover, there were different levels of strength between the Demigod Stage and the Half-Step Great Saint Stage. Although the Headless Giant Demon was not the strongest among the demigods, it was in the middle. Although the Green-Tooth Killer's strength was not weak, it had not been long since he stepped into the Half-Step Great Saint Stage. Therefore, there was a big gap between him and the Headless Giant Demon. In the fierce battle, the Green-Tooth Killer gradually fell into a disadvantage. "Leave it to me." A voice filled with extreme killing intent sounded in the Green-Tooth Killer's ears. He was slightly startled, but immediately became happy. He immediately retreated, and killed the other demigod stage void demons. At the same time, an extremely cold silver light streaked across the sky like an incomparably bright meteor. As soon as it appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 1570. The silver light was ice-cold and emitted a terrifying chill. Wherever it passed, the void seemed to be frozen. Immediately, below the silver light, one by one, the void demons stopped as if they had been cut by an invisible sharp blade. It was a shocking sight. Killer Master. Chunzong's eyes were extremely sharp. He immediately recognized the figure of the ice-cold silver light. It was the mysterious Killer Master of the Spirit Xian army. The Killer Master was very mysterious. He was the most mysterious person among the higher-ups of the Spirit Xian army. Was he a man or a woman? How old was he? How strong was he? It seemed that no one knew. The Killer Master rarely made a move. Now that he made a move, it was extremely shocking. In an instant, the Killer Master rushed towards the headless giant demon. The silver light was dazzling and extremely cold. The headless giant demon seemed to have felt a great danger. Its body shook, and the terrifying black flame became blazing. It was like a surging wave that swept in all directions. The roar was vast and mighty. The black flame exploded with astonishing speed and power. It rushed in all directions as if it wanted to destroy everything around it. Previously, the Spirit Xian army had already retreated far away from the headless giant demon. They were not injured. Under the control of the headless giant demon, the black flame wave spun violently and surrounded the huge black spear. The huge spear suddenly pierced forward. The black flame spun at high speed and turned into a drill that pierced through the void. It carried a ferocious power and attacked the Killer Master. This spear seemed to be able to shatter the heavens. However, the ice-cold silver light did not have the slightest intention of dodging. Its speed seemed to have increased. It streaked across the sky and tore through everything. In an instant, all the void demons stopped and stared at the terrifying black flame spear and the ice-cold silver light. They were the representatives of the two sides. To a certain extent, it would determine the morale of the army. If the ice-cold silver light was defeated, it would be a great blow to the Spirit Xian army's morale. However, if the Killer Master defeated this attack, the morale of the Spirit Xian army would be greatly boosted. Boom! The black flame spear spun at high speed as if it wanted to destroy everything. It was extremely terrifying. The ice-cold silver light was extremely sharp and pierced through everything. It was like a hot knife through butter. Invincible. From the cold silver light, Chunzong felt an unparalleled momentum. That momentum could be controlled by one's will. The stronger one's will was, the sharper it was. In the blink of an eye, the cold silver light and the black spear flame came into contact. Without a sound, the black spear flame blasted out, as if it wanted to completely destroy and shatter the cold silver light. However, the ice-cold silver light was incomparably condensed. Not only was it not affected in the slightest, it even broke through the black spear flames and pressed forward like a hot knife through butter. It was as if a knife was cleaving down and splitting bamboo like flowing water. That kind of carefree feeling made everyone who saw it feel satisfied and carefree. It was like drinking a bowl of iced sour plum soup on a hot day under the scorching sun. Chunzong's eyes were shining brightly. The cold silver light streaked across the sky and penetrated the black spear flame's power, which greatly affected Chunzong. For a moment, the heart-sore Dao intent seemed to boil over. It became even more shocking and powerful. Turbulent. Surging. It was as if a monstrous wave was going to break through all obstacles. What did it mean to be irresistible? What did it mean to be invincible? All of these were interpreted by the cold silver light. Although the black spear flame was very strong, it could not resist at all. In an instant, it was pierced and torn apart, directly attacking the headless giant demon. The headless giant demon felt a great threat and the black flames surging around its body became more and more violent. The giant black spear was suddenly lifted and then fiercely smashed down. The terrifying chi immediately caused the ground to crack open, creating a gully tens of thousands of meters long. Everything in the gully was smashed to pieces. The terrifying blow did not hit the spirit Xian killer. Streaking across the side, the cold silver light tore through the void, leaving a black scar in the space. It was like tearing a hole in a cloth. It was a ghastly sight. The headless troll was at least 100 meters tall, and its body was incomparably strong. It was like a black demonic mountain that emitted an extremely terrifying aura. On the other hand, the cold silver light was only 2 meters tall. Compared to the headless troll that was 100 meters tall, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Just in terms of appearance, the difference was like the difference between an elephant and a small insect. However, the aura emitted by the cold silver light was not weaker than the headless giant demons. In fact, it was even more tyrannical. The silver light broke through the air. It was a sword mark, and the blade slashed down. It bypassed the giant black spear and mercilessly attacked the headless giant demon. This blow could not be avoided, nor could it be resisted. In an instant, the black flames on the headless giant demon's body were torn apart, and the incomparably hard and heavy black armor was also split open. The incomparably terrifying power slashed down on the headless giant demon's body at the same time, leaving a 2-meter-long scar. A 2-meter-long scar was nothing to the headless giant demon that was 100 meters tall and as strong as a demonic mountain. However, the power of that blow was incomparably terrifying. It was extremely cold, and it constantly penetrated the wound, wantonly destroying the body, causing the headless giant demon to feel intense pain. It was obviously headless, but one could hear the angry roar of the headless giant demon. It was earth-shattering, and its voice turned into a black chi that rumbled and exploded as if it had shattered the void. However, the mysterious god Killer Master was not affected in the slightest, and once again attacked. The headless giant demon's body was huge and strong, and its defensive power was astonishing. Its strength was even more terrifying. Each of its attacks could easily shatter mountains and crack the earth. In these aspects, it was completely superior to the mysterious god Killer Master. However, the headless giant demon's speed and reaction speed were inferior to the mysterious god Killer Master. However, the mysterious god Killer Master's attacks were incomparably sharp and indestructible. Even the headless giant demon's astonishing defensive power could not withstand his attacks. 1 attack, 2 attacks, 3 attacks. More and more wounds appeared on the headless giant demon's body, and each of these wounds caused the headless giant demon to feel intense pain. However, such injuries were not fatal to the headless giant demon's incomparably tyrannical vitality. Suddenly, the cold silver light that was more than 2 meters long erupted. It was burning with cold silver flames and instantly soared into the sky. It seemed as if it wanted to break the barrier of the void battlefield. Extreme sharpness. Extreme sharpness. When the light that was burning with cold silver flames shot down from the sky, it continued to expand and stretch. It seemed as if it had been cast into a peerless divine blade and could split the void and the heavens and the earth. The originally 2-meter-long blade light expanded in an instant and turned into a 10-meter-long blade light. Wherever the blade light passed, a terrifying and pitch-black blade light would descend. It seemed as if it could absorb the soul of the blade light. It was a spatial crack. This blade light could only kill the headless giant demon. The headless giant demon was terrified by this blade light. It did not have a head, and its expression could not be seen. However, one could feel its fear. It was a terrifying blade light. Chop! Kill! The headless giant demon issued a final roar, and all the black flames on its body poured into the huge black spear. Then, it mercilessly blasted towards the sky. It was like a giant cannon blasting towards the sky. It seemed as if it wanted to shatter the vault of heaven. In an instant, the full-strength attack of the huge black spear was torn apart by the cold blade light. It was like a hot knife through butter and was extremely smooth. It was like flowing water flowing through the clouds. The huge black spear was split open, and the power of the blade light seemed to be endless. It chopped down from the top of the headless giant demon's body and quickly tore its armor apart. A huge and bottomless fissure was created in the ground. Boom! The headless giant demon's body was split into two and fell to the two sides. The ground trembled incessantly, and the momentum was earth-shattering. Shinzong was dumbfounded. The strength of the mysterious spirit killer lord was very strong. He felt that even if Azura's doppelganger Chenxiu used all his strength to display the evil eye of obliteration, he would not be able to resist it. That terrifying attack was enough to destroy the giant wheel of life and death in an instant. Previously, Chenxiu had used the evil eye of obliteration to repel a demigod-rank void demon. Now, it seemed that the void demon was at the bottom of the demigod rank. Among the half-step great saints, the mysterious god-kill master was a powerful one. Not to mention the mysterious spirit killer lord. Chunzong felt that even if Chenxiu used all his strength to activate the evil eye of obliteration, he would not be able to do anything to the headless giant demon. The headless giant demon died, and the surroundings were silent. In an instant, the elites of the mysterious spirit killer division erupted with an even more tyrannical aura. Their morale was greatly boosted, and their strength seemed to have been imperceptibly enhanced. On the other hand, because the headless giant demon had been cleanly killed by the mysterious spirit killer lord, the morale of the void demons had also been affected and somewhat reduced. As the battle progressed, the void fiends suffered even greater losses. An extremely furious roar suddenly rang out from the demon army. Soon after, a huge, pitch-black palm that burned with terrifying demonic flames shot through the sky. The arm was at least 10 meters thick, and it was covered with astonishing barbs. Each barb was at least a meter short and 2 or 3 meters long, and they were all burning with terrifying demonic flames. The palm was huge, and unlike a human's palm, the fingers were connected to the fingertips, and it was as if it could cover the sky and cover the earth. This palm seemed to be able to pluck the stars, as if it could shatter the earth, and fell with endless, terrifying power. This palm was so dark that it seemed as if the sky was collapsing. Under this palm, all life seemed insignificant and insignificant like ants or dust. Despair emerged from the deepest part of the heart, lingering, pervading, and lingering in the heart. Boom! The mysterious spirit killer lord stood on the ground, raised his head, and faced the huge black palm. Under the silver mask, his eyes seemed to be burning with cold silver flames. Unyielding flame, burning flame of fury. Although the saber strike just now was very tyrannical and had directly cut the headless giant demon in half, it was actually the most powerful saber strike of the mysterious spirit killer lord, and it was a killing move that could not be used continuously. Now that he had used it, the mysterious spirit killer lord's strength was not as strong as before. Moreover, the power of this palm was extremely terrifying, and its power was much more tyrannical than that of the headless giant demon. Even so, the mysterious spirit killer lord could not retreat, because if he retreated, a large number of the mysterious spirit killer division's elites would be killed, and their souls would scatter. He knew that it was difficult to resist, but he had no choice. The silver flames burst out again and were forcibly activated, soaring into the sky. Chapter 1571. The giant palm held up the sky, and black flames burned the sky. Every palm print was extremely clear, and as it fell, its shadow shrouded in all directions as if it was suppressing everything, making everyone feel extremely oppressed and unable to move. Every palm print on the giant palm seemed like a demonic dragon dancing in the sky. It was extremely terrifying. A cold silver light broke through the sky and turned into a 5-meter-long cold saber light that tore through the void. Boom! In just an instant, the silver saber light shattered under the giant palm's bombardment. In less than 3 breaths of time, the mysterious spirit kill master was bombarded to the ground. The terrifying giant black palm fell mercilessly, as if it was going to smash the mysterious spirit kill master into pieces. Although the mysterious spirit kill master was powerful, he could not resist this palm. Once it fell, not only would the mysterious spirit kill master be in danger, but the others would also be killed on the spot. Kill. The mysterious spirit kill division elites of the Saint Realm Mastery stage unleashed their strength one after another. Blood flowed from their mouths and noses as they used all their strength to attack the giant black palm. Shenzong also unleashed his full strength. Press forward with indomitable will. Cut through the thorns. Under the strong, pure, and sincere belief, they used all their strength. Even if they died, they would not regret it. Death was terrifying. Death was not terrifying. No one was willing to die, but sometimes they had no choice but to die generously. Shenzong's will to live was stronger than anyone else's because death meant nothing. Only by living could he set foot on the peak of Sword Dao and see the supreme mysteries. However, if one were to struggle at death's door and live in a sorry state, then it would be a miserable and aggrieved life. Losing the belief and will of the sword would be a life worse than death. He only had one belief, and only by breaking through all obstacles, blocking the giant palm's bombardment, and saving the mysterious spirit kill master. Perhaps it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, or an ant trying to shake a tree, but he would not regret it until he died. His essence, chi, and spirit erupted in an instant, as if they had broken through the limit and merged into one. Strike! He exhausted his essence, chi, and spirit to the limit, exhausted all his strength, and gambled his future in life in order to defeat the enemy and achieve sword heart illumination. Boom! Shenzong felt as if his heart sword Dao had exploded in an instant. The instant it exploded, it condensed once again. It seemed to have become even more solid, and its power was even more tyrannical. Immediately after, the sword that was unleashed with all its might seemed to have undergone a qualitative change as the sword light split apart. One sword turned into 10,000. 10,000 swords condensed into one. Limitless sword. Limitless sword. Kill. Like a moth flying into a flame, he would die without any regrets. Shenzong was not the first to make a move. Someone else was the first to make a move. He unleashed all his strength and rushed toward the giant palm without fear of death. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out as the 9th Heaven Saint Realm Divine Mysterious Army's Kill Division elites self-destructed under the giant palm. Even though he knew that he was no match for the mysterious Spirit Realm Master, he could only self-destruct, hoping to buy some time for the mysterious Spirit Realm Master to react. Even if he had to die without regret, he had to fight for that slim chance of survival. Shenzong's eyes widened in anger, and his essence, chi, and spirit were completely ignited. This sword move was beyond everything, beyond the limits of time and space. Shenzong knew that he would die if he used this sword move, but he was not afraid. He would die without regret. His essence, chi, and spirit were burning, and so was his conviction. The killing master of the mysterious spirit army was the leader of the mysterious spirit army. He had even given Yishuan the 9-rotation Dragon Tiger Golden Pill. If not for this, Yishuan would not have been able to increase his cultivation. He would not have been able to compete with the geniuses from the other 8 realms and the vast wilderness. He would not have been able to obtain a place in the Lingwu Holy Place. Then, he would have obtained the 24 Dragon Snake Diagram and the Lingwu Great Emperor's Supreme Martial Arts Inheritance. He owed the mysterious Spirit Realm Master a great debt of gratitude. He would repay this debt of gratitude with gusto. He would repay this debt of gratitude with life and death. Don't be presumptuous. A furious voice suddenly rang out, and it was as if thunder was rolling in the sky. In an instant, a purple-red light shot from the distant horizon at an astonishing speed. It was as fast as lightning, and its power was unimaginable. A blazing fire and a destructive aura of thunder spread out, covering the sky and earth and intimidating all directions. As soon as this light appeared, its power was unparalleled. Boom! It seemed to ignore the distance of time and space, and it directly bombarded the giant black palm. At that moment, the sky and earth paled and became silent. It became deathly still. Everyone seemed to have entered a world of deathly stillness. This deathly stillness lasted for less than a breath. In an instant, an extremely terrifying sound wave erupted. It was extremely sharp, and it was like the roar of an ancient giant beast. It shook the sky and earth, and it shattered the vacuum. An extremely tyrannical power poured out and rushed in all directions. In the face of this extremely terrifying shock wave, everything seemed insignificant. Even mountains would be destroyed in an instant. Chunzong's sword light trembled, and then it collapsed inch by inch and completely transformed into powder. The copious and irresistible terrifying force blasted over, and it seemed as if it wanted to blast his body into dregs and completely shatter it. He did not expect that he would not die under the giant palm of the demigod evil void devil, but under the terrifying force of this collision. This force was the strength of a half-step great saint. Even the ring that the divine mystery military lord gave him was unable to resist it. At the moment of his death, Chunzong could not help but reveal a wisp of a bitter smile. His mind had become unprecedentedly clear, and everything appeared before his eyes. It was said that at the moment of death, one would remember everything. Everything was extremely clear, and it was even to the extent that one would see through some profundities and see a higher level of profundities. Now, Chunzong felt that he had indeed seen a profundity, and it was the profundity of the fusion of Tao insights. The attack from before was the fusion of a Tao insight of fire and a Tao insight of lightning, and its might was shocking. Moreover, both Tao insights were at the high grade of the ninth revolution. As long as he survived, Chunzong was confident that he would be able to completely fuse the heaven-burning earth fire and city-destroying hurricane Tao insights completely. With this as a guide, he would be able to fuse the heaven-burning earth fire and hurricane Tao insights. Unfortunately, he was unable to do it. Did he regret it? He did not regret making a move, but he did not want to die. That was all. Then, just as the vast and mighty destructive power was about to strike, an invisible force appeared in front of him and blocked the vast and mighty destructive power for an instant. Chunzong immediately seized the opportunity and erupted with full speed. The sixth step of the nine heavens lightning stomp. In an instant, he turned into a bolt of lightning and rapidly retreated. Not only Chunzong, but many Godxian elites also erupted with full speed and retreated to avoid the terrifying death shockwave. He survived. Chunzong could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He was still a little afraid. The ground seemed to have been trampled by countless giant beasts. It was a ghastly sight, and there were remnants of terrifying auras that seemed to want to destroy everything. The giant black palm was penetrated by the purplish-red light, and its furious roar shook the heavens and the earth. The tyrannical demigod void devil was heavily injured and had no choice but to withdraw its giant palm. A figure holding a large spear stood between the heavens and the earth, and his divine armor glowed with divine light. The Godxian army's general. It was the Godxian army's general. The Godxian army's general was the #1 expert in the Godxian army. Below him were the Godxian army's general, Godxian army's general, and Godxian army's general. The Godxian army's general had personally made a move to repel the tyrannical demigod void devil, which greatly boosted the morale of the Godxian army. On the other hand, the demigod void devil side had suffered heavy casualties, and their morale was low. Chunzong did not immediately make a move, because just now, Chunzong felt that he seemed to have made a great breakthrough. Peak heart, sword Tao intent. Seventh revolution. He did not expect his heart, sword Tao intent to break through to the seventh revolution. After all, the heart sword Tao insight was a top-grade Tao insight that possessed exceedingly shocking might, and the difficulty of advancing it was extremely shocking as well. Under normal circumstances, Chun Zong felt that he would probably need over a year of time before he had a chance of advancing it to the seventh circulation. If it were any other cultivator, it would be difficult to do so without 3 or 4 years or even 7 or 8 years. But now he had directly broken through. Chun Zong felt that it was only natural. Under the belief and willpower that would not regret even in death, his essence, qi, and spirit had exceeded their limits and exploded, causing the heart sword Tao intent to break through from the sixth revolution to the seventh revolution. The seventh revolution of the heart sword Tao intent's power was several times stronger than the sixth revolution. Although his cultivation did not break through, his strength had increased by another step. Not only did the heart sword Tao intent break through, but even the infinite sword chain had broken through to the third level of the infinite realm. Chun Zong's accumulation of sword techniques was incomparably vast and shocking. Under the great terror of life and death, it erupted again and broke through. After testing it, Chun Zong could not help but smile. Very good, I did not expect such a breakthrough. Suppressing the excitement in his heart and the urge to test the power of his moves, Chun Zong calmed his heart and held his breath, comprehending the two moves, heaven-burning earth fire and city-destroying hurricane. Merge. 10th Revolution. The breakthrough under the crisis of life and death allowed the heaven-burning earth fire and city-destroying hurricane to merge. Kill. The two sword strikes in an instant did not use any saint energy. Instead, they were driven purely by the earthly fire Tao will and the hurricane Tao will. The violent flames merged with the violent hurricane and transformed into an extremely powerful flaming hurricane tornado that roared as it blasted out. The power of 100% merge was much stronger than 90%, and it was more than several times stronger. Chun Zong immediately calmed down after the attack. In his eyes, one of them was flickering with a blazing red light, like a raging flame, while the other was wreaking havoc with a green hurricane, roaring endlessly. The earth fire Tao intent and the hurricane Tao intent seemed to be manifesting. Immediately after, the blazing and violent aura of the earth fire Tao intent and the violent and destructive aura of the hurricane Tao intent also spread out from Chun Zong's body. The two auras surrounded Chun Zong's body, slowly spiraling and gradually coming into contact with each other. They were like water and milk merging into each other bit by bit. 10th Revolution, 20 Revolution, 30 Revolution. The merged part immediately emitted an even more powerful aura fluctuation that was at least several times stronger. It was the merging of Tao intents. Good boy, you actually merged Tao intents. The military master of divine mystery also noticed Chun Zong's movement, and a glint flashed in his eyes. He was secretly shocked. In the past, he had also successfully merged the two Tao intents when he reached the 7th level Saint Rudiment stage. Chun Zong's cultivation was only at the 5th level Saint Rudiment stage. He was younger and more outstanding than him at that time. Chapter 1572. 50%. 60%. Chun Zong's body was surrounded by an intense and violent aura. It was the aura of the earth fire Tao intent and the hurricane Tao intent, and it was getting stronger and stronger. 70%. 80%. Nothing could stop the fusion of the two Tao intents. 90%. 100%. In an instant, an extremely terrifying aura erupted. It contained the heat of the flames and the fury of the hurricane. They had completely fused into one, and their power had increased tremendously. Earth fire Tao intent. Hurricane Tao intent. Complete fusion. The fusion of Tao intents was many times more difficult than the fusion of half-step Tao intents. Many Saint Rudiment realm experts were stuck at that step, unable to truly fuse their Tao intents. Basically, a successful fusion of Tao intents, whether it was a low-grade, mid-grade, or high-grade Tao intent, would open up a path to the half-step Great Saint realm. In other words, as long as Chunzong's cultivation continued to improve, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a half-step Great Saint realm expert in the future. The divine mystery military commander was really envious. If he could successfully fuse 2 Tao intents now, he might even be able to fuse 3 Tao intents in the future. As far as he knew, Chunzong had more than 1 Tao intent. The fusion of 2 Tao intents would increase his power greatly. If he fused 3 Tao intents, his power would be even more terrifying. However, the first prerequisite for the fusion of Tao intents was that the 2 Tao intents had to be equal. In other words, low-grade Tao intents could only be fused with low-grade Tao intents, and mid-grade Tao intents could only be fused with mid-grade Tao intents. If the Tao intents were of different levels, it was almost impossible to fuse them successfully. The Heart Sword Tao intent had broken through to the 7th revolution. The Infinite Sword Tao intent had reached the 3rd stage, Infinite. The mid-grade Earth-Fire Tao intent and mid-grade Hurricane Tao intent had successfully fused into one, and its power had increased by more than 10 times. Although his cultivation was still at the late-stage 5th Heaven Saint realm, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. His blood was boiling. His battle intent was soaring. Chunzong finally couldn't hold back and attacked with his sword again. Red and green intertwined and circled around the extreme-edged sword, turning it into a white light. The white light was like a blazing flame, and it was also like a hurricane that emitted waves of terrifying violence. The flame was scorching hot and extremely violent. The hurricane was extremely violent, and its speed was astonishing. When they fused into one, not only would the new Tao insight possess the characteristics of the two, the similar parts would be strengthened by a few times, causing its final might to explosively increase by more than 10 times. Chunzong's figure flickered as lightning filled the air. He dashed out with his extreme sharp sword. It was a simple sword, but it was filled with white light. It was like wind and fire, and the wind and fire were endless. This sword was incomparably fast and contained a terrifying might and high temperature. In an instant, a powerful void devil was sliced apart like a hot knife through butter. It was like a sharp knife cutting through tofu. The wound on the void fiend's body was scorched and vaporized. This kind of carefree feeling made Chunzong feel refreshed from the bottom of his heart. Kill, kill, kill. One after another, the void demons were killed by the sword. Immediately, the white light flame became blazing, as if oil had been added to the fire. It was shockingly vigorous. With a single sword strike, boundless wind and fire yuan qi gushed forth. Peng Pei didn't stop there. The white-colored wind instantly turned berserk, transforming into an extremely terrifying storm that engulfed the heavens and earth, as though it was capable of destroying mountains. The power of this move was more than twice as strong as the 100% fusion of the heaven-burning earth fire and the city-destroying hurricane. White flames roared through the heavens and earth with boundless might, covering a radius of several hundred meters. The group of void fiends were all annihilated by this terrifying attack, turning into ashes. This kind of power shocked Chunzong himself. The infinite sword was more suitable for close combat, and its power was astonishing. This sword move was more suitable for a large-scale attack. It would be unreasonable if such power did not have a name. With a thought, Chunzong named it Wind and Fire Sword's Fury. The fusion of wind and fire. The sword was like the fury of the sword, destroying everything. It was worthy of its name. Wind and Fire Sword's Fury. Boom! The white wind flame blasted out another few hundred meters, killing dozens of void demons. Such power left everyone flabbergasted and astonished. The mysterious god army's commander and a powerful demigod void demon were fighting fiercely in the sky. The mysterious god army's commander was also blocking a powerful demigod void demon. The clash between the Xintian army and the fiendish void demon army was even more intense. With every breath, many soldiers and void demons died. Wails and cries filled the field, blood flowed everywhere. The corpses were trampled to pieces, turning into pieces of flesh and blood that mixed with the blood, becoming like blood. The extremely thick smell of blood filled the air, and it was incomparably pungent. The terrifying killing intent and baleful aura mixed together, almost making people lose their minds. Their eyes turned red, and their hearts were filled with killing intent and killing intent. Kill, 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 kill until corpses floated up and down. Suddenly, the sound of a bugle horn resounded through the world. The spatial fiends that were in the midst of killing all retreated like the tide. Retreat. At the same time, the mysterious heaven army chased after them. Although they did not know why the void demons were retreating like the previous few times, it was necessary to chase after them. Kill, kill, kill. Leaving behind thousands of corpses, the void demons retreated into the depths of the battlefield. The mysterious heaven army also stopped chasing. If they continued chasing, they were afraid that something unexpected would happen. With the gong to retreat, the Shintian army also retreated. Next, it was naturally to clean up the battlefield. First, they collected the corpses of the mysterious heaven army, then the void demons' heart cores. These heart cores could be used to activate the mysterious heaven battle castle's formation. After Qinzong killed a few more void demons, he quickly returned. He had gained a lot from this battle. The top-grade Heart Sword Dao Insight had broken through to the 7th cycle. The Boundless Infinite Chainsword had attained the 3rd level, and the Earthly Fire Dao Insight and Gale Dao Insight had even successfully fused into one to become a hybrid Wind Fire Dao Insight. Even though it was only at the intermediate grade, its might greatly surpassed high-grade Dao Insights of the same level, and it directly approached top-grade Dao Insights. Why did so many people pursue the fusion of Dao Intents? It was because the fusion of Dao Intents would greatly increase their power. Fortunately, the 7 members of the Heavenly Halberd team were still alive. Although they were heavily injured, it was a good thing that they survived. When there was a battle, there was merit. Naturally, they would be rewarded according to their merits. In this battle, Chunzong's performance was outstanding and his contribution was great. Therefore, he was rewarded greatly. First, his military rank was promoted to intermediate general. Second, he was rewarded with 3 profound divine pills. These were the highest level cultivation pills in the Divine Dark Army. Finally, Chunzong could choose any cultivation method, martial art, or secret technique. No one in the upper echelon objected to such a reward. Being an intermediate general allowed Chunzong's status to be higher, and the salary he could receive every year was better. The 3 profound divine pills were treasured pills that could increase one's cultivation. Finally, the opportunity to choose any cultivation method, martial art, or secret technique was rare. Everyone had their own rewards. Of course, they were not as good as Chunzong's. Many people had seen how Chunzong performed in this battle. Also, Chunzong's great talent was one of the reasons he was rewarded so generously. What should I choose this time? Chunzong pondered. Should he choose a supreme grade saint-level cultivation method that was superior to the domestic formula? This choice could be made temporarily. Or should he choose a secret technique that was superior to the celestial crystal tyrant body? This choice could also be made temporarily. As for body refining techniques, he already had the non-li quenching jade technique. There was no need to choose another one. As for martial arts, he could choose not to choose one. Immediately, Chunzong's eyes flashed. Force field. He could choose a force field to cultivate. The Xintian army had such a deep foundation that it was unlikely that they did not have any force field secret techniques. Force fields were the first choice, followed by cultivation methods and secret techniques. The Xintian army's foundation was shocking, but if he wanted to exchange for a secret technique, he needed enough military merits and enough military rank. For example, force field was a 10th grade secret technique, also known as a 2nd grade divine ability. It was a supreme secret technique that was second only to divine abilities. It was extremely precious and rare, so it was naturally not easy to exchange for it. Under normal circumstances, one needed to be a high-ranking general to be qualified to exchange for it. Although Chunzong's military rank was constantly rising, he was only a mid-ranking general. He did not have enough military merits to exchange for it. Moreover, force fields required at least 1,000,000 military merits. Chunzong did not have that many military merits to use. However, this time, there was no restriction on military ranks or military merits. He could exchange for it as he wished. There were no restrictions. This was much more precious than the other two rewards. Even if the Xintian army had a shocking foundation, they only had 2 types of force fields. The selection was very low. Myriad flow force field. Once cultivated, once the force field was used, it would be as if there were a myriad of water currents surging within the force field. Those within the force field would be hit by the myriad of water currents, and they would have to use more strength to resist. Their speed and balance would also be affected, and their strength would be weakened. The other force field was called the mystic gravity force field. Once cultivated, this force field would be able to exert pressure on an area. Targets within the mystic gravity force field would be subjected to an astonishing gravitational pressure. Moreover, the gravitational force was not constant. It was constantly changing, and one could control its weight freely. It was very mysterious, and it would require one to use more mind and strength to resist. It would also weaken one's strength. Whether it was the myriad flow force field or the mystic gravity force field, they both weakened the opponent's force field, which was equivalent to strengthening oneself. Chunzong naturally had to choose one of the two. Which force field should he choose? Myriad flow force field? Mystic gravity force field? Chunzong closed his eyes. His thoughts flashed like lightning, and he kept thinking and simulating. It seemed that the myriad flow force field and the mystic gravity force field were very similar, but there were also great differences. One was the impact of water currents, and the other was the pressure of gravity. Impact and pressure were 2 completely different concepts. Then, which one was more suitable for him? Choosing a force field was not only to weaken the opponent's strength, but also to be compatible with himself. It would allow his strength to be further unleashed. That was the way of the king. How should he choose? Chunzong gave it to his heart and used his heart to feel. After a while, Chunzong opened his eyes. He had already made his choice. Myriad flow force field. He felt that the myriad flow force field would be more suitable for his cultivation, and it would allow his strength to be further enhanced. After choosing the myriad flow force field, the spiritual inheritance jade of the myriad flow force field was quickly delivered to Chunzong. Chunzong began to accept the inheritance. After the inheritance was completed, the spiritual inheritance jade automatically shattered, and it could not be passed on a second time. Chapter 1573. In the Void Battlefield. After the Void Fiend army retreated, they retreated into the depths of the Void Battlefield and did not invade again. Only a small number of Void Fiends would occasionally wander around, but they did not approach the mysterious Heaven Battle Fort. After all, the Void Fiends were well aware that the mysterious Heaven Battle Fort was protected by a powerful defensive array. Even if the Void Fiend got attacked, he would not be able to do anything. In the deepest part of the Void Battleground, which was also the edge of the Void Battleground, huge black demonic fortresses were rapidly flying over from the Void Battleground. Although the fiend fortresses were fast, the universe was vast and boundless. Hence, it did not appear to be that fast. Inside each fiend fortress, there was a large number of Void Fiends exuding a terrifying aura. The Void Fiend army was gathering inside the Blood Tower branch of the Divine Mystic Legion. Chunzong consumed the first divine, profound, saint origin pill and began to circulate his cultivation technique to refine it. Majestic and pure energy surged within his body. As he circulated the great mystery art at full force, it was constantly refined and absorbed increasing his saint energy. It was not easy to refine each divine, profound saint origin pill. Most of the main ingredients were obtained from the depths of the void battlefield. The energy contained within was extremely pure and majestic. It was a sacred medicine that aided in cultivation. Chunzong had experienced many battles and stimulated his potential on the brink of death. His cultivation had long reached a critical point. With the help of the divine, profound saint origin pill, he instantly broke through. Peak Fifth Heaven Saint Realm. Peak Fifth Heaven Saint Realm. He immediately tossed the second divine, profound saint origin pill into his mouth and began to refine and absorb it. His tyrannical aura continued to shrink and expand, surging endlessly. When it contracted to the extreme, it would erupt in an instant. Boom! The secret chamber shook as the terrifying aura skyrocketed, as if it could break through everything. Early Sixth Heaven Saint Realm. His cultivation had broken through once again. This was a breakthrough in the greater heaven realm. Chunzong's cultivation base and strength had increased once again. His overall strength had also become stronger. However, the energy of the second divine, profound saint origin pill had also been exhausted. Chunzong did not hesitate to consume the third divine, profound saint origin pill. In the end, Chunzong's aura stabilized at the sixth heaven saint realm. Then it fluctuated and rose again. Great mystery art. 25th stage. He was only 5 levels away from the top 30 levels. Chunzong was not in a hurry to raise his cultivation level again. It would not be easy to raise his cultivation level again. He began to cultivate the myriad streams force field. As a 10th grade secret technique, it was not easy to cultivate a force field. However, it was not difficult for Chunzong. Compared to the myriad streams force field and the gravitational field, Chunzong had made the most accurate choice. Myriad flow force field. Within the force field, 10,000 torrents would be born. These 10,000 torrents were controlled by one's divine sense, and their weight, speed were all controlled by one's heart. Divine sense was Chunzong's forte. Especially after cultivating the spirit raining technique, it was even more astonishing. As time passed, Chunzong gradually grasped the mysteries of the myriad streams force field. Myriad streams force field. As soon as he used it, an invisible force field immediately spread out, covering all directions. With him as the center, everything within a radius of 100 meters was covered. 1, 2, 3. The torrents continued to condense and spread out within a radius of 100 meters. There were 10 torrents in total. The myriad streams force field could be divided into 4 stages: novice, initial, greater, and perfection. At the novice stage, it could cover a radius of 100 meters and produce 10 torrents. At the initial stage, it could cover a radius of 1,000 meters and produce 100 torrents. At the greater stage, it could cover a radius of 10,000 meters and produce 1,000 torrents. At the perfection stage, it could cover a radius of 10,000 meters and produce 10,000 torrents. However, as a divine sense, it had surpassed a secret technique in essence. Some of its mysteries were close to a divine sense, so it was not easy to cultivate. Chunzong could cultivate to the novice stage in such a short time because of his extraordinary talent and comprehension. However, if he wanted to cultivate it to the initial stage, it would be even more difficult. After cultivating in seclusion for a month, Chunzong finally came out. His strength was even stronger than before. The other members of the Heavenly Halberd team were still cultivating in seclusion. Chunzong did not wake them up. Instead, he left the mysterious Heaven Battle Castle. Void Battlefield. Void Demon. He fought the Void Demon with his sword, tempering himself and stimulating his potential between life and death. Early 6th Heaven Saint Realm Cultivation Base. Late 3rd Heaven Chaotic Heaven Realm Cultivation Base. 40% of Lingwu energy was condensed. Peak 7th Revolution Heart Sword Tao Intent. 6th Revolution Earth Fire Tao Intent and 6th Revolution Hurricane Tao Intent merged. Heart domain could be compressed to 10 meters. Third stage, limitless infinite chain, sword technique, limitless realm. Heaven burning, earth fire, and city destroying hurricane combined to form the fiery wind sword fury. Novice stage, myriad streams, force field. All kinds of methods and powers instantly increased Chunzong's strength. He was much stronger than a month ago. Chunzong set his eyes on a lesser king stage void demon. It was stronger than an ordinary seventh heaven saint realm cultivator. Myriad streams, force field. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong released his entry-level 10,000 streams force field, which covered an area of 100 meters. It also enveloped the king-class evil void devil. The 10 torrents were invisible, formless, and colorless, but under Chunzong's control, they slithered like pythons, faster than lightning. That king-level void demon was very strong. With Chunzong's current strength, it would not be easy to kill it without using the power of the spirit martial force. However, under the influence of the myriad streams force field, the 10 torrents continued to attack. Moreover, under the control of Chunzong's divine sense, they were incomparably flexible. Like 10 thick, invisible ropes, they wrapped around the king-level evil space devil and tightly bound it. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the lesser king stage void demon sensed it, its body was already bound. It immediately unleashed all its strength to break free from the 10 torrents. However, the 10 torrents were extremely flexible and didn't break apart. One breath, holding on for one breath at a time, was enough. Chunzong's sword pierced through the air. The sword light was extremely fast. It was as if 10,000 rays of sword light bloomed and merged into one in an instant. It was extremely dazzling as it streaked across the sky, tearing apart heaven and earth. This was the strongest sword strike. It was invincible and incomparable. Kill. The peak rank 7-heart sword Dao intense power was pushed to the extreme in an instant. Invincible. Invincible. Kill. The sword light was so dazzling that no one could stare at it. In the blink of an eye, it swept past the lower king level void devil. The lower king level void devil was trying to break free from the 10 torrents, but all of a sudden, it stopped moving and blood spurted out from its neck. This sword not only pierced through the lesser king stage void demon's neck, but a terrifying sword chi also exploded inside its body, extinguishing all life. Chunzong could not help but smile. Before this, he had to use the power of the Lingwu to easily kill the lesser king stage void demon. Now, even if he did not use the myriad streams force field, he could still kill the lesser king stage void demon with his mid-6th heaven saint realm cultivation, peak rank 7-heart sword Dao intent, and infinite sword. However, he could not kill it instantly. Coupled with the entry-level myriad streams force field, he could kill it instantly. The 10 torrents at the entry level of the myriad streams force field could instantly impact the opponent, and impact was only the most basic application of the torrents. Chunzong relied on his powerful divine sense and superb control to entrap and bind the opponent on the basis of impact, instantly binding the opponent, rendering them unable to move, dodge, or resist. They could only endure his own attack. In an instant, he only needed to bind the opponent for an instant. This time, Chunzong also knew that with his current strength, he could use the beginner-level myriad streams force field to restrain a king stage void demon for a breath. As for the lesser king stage void demon, which was equivalent to the 8th heaven saint realm, it would be difficult to bind it with the entry-level myriad streams force field unless he used the power of the Lingwu. Next, he would try to combine the heart domain and the myriad streams force field to see if they could be combined. Time flew by. Chunzong and Chunxiu roamed the void battlefield, constantly killing the lesser king stage void demons. They encountered danger many times, but they survived. First, the combination of the main body and the doppelganger increased their strength. They could even fight against the lesser king stage void demons. Second, the main body and the doppelganger did not overestimate their strength and go too deep into the void battlefield. They would not stay in one place for too long to avoid being hunted down by the lesser king stage void demons. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Fighting, cultivating. Chunzong and Chun Xiu's cultivation and strength continued to rise. Gradually, Chunzong also felt a calling from afar. It seemed to be beckoning him to rush over. As time passed, the calling grew stronger. It was the calling of the King Naming Tower. Every cultivator who broke through to the Saint Realm would have to challenge the King Naming Tower within 10 years to receive a title. Of course, they could also choose not to go. If they chose not to go, they would lose this opportunity forever. Accepting the challenge of the King Naming Tower and receiving a title was not just a title or a reputation. It represented the recognition of the King Naming Tower. The King Naming Tower was closely related to the will of heaven and earth. Therefore, receiving a title was equivalent to receiving further recognition from the will of heaven and earth. It would be more helpful in comprehending Tao intent. It was said that the higher the title, the greater the benefits. Chunzong knew that he still had a few years to improve himself. At that time, he would obtain even greater benefits by challenging the King Naming Tower. Now, he had to focus on improving himself. This was the 8th year since Chunzong entered the Void battlefield. The Lesser King Stage Void Demon Army launched several large-scale attacks. Every time, they left behind a large number of corpses before retreating. Similarly, the Mystic Heaven Army suffered heavy casualties. Compared to a few years ago, their military strength had decreased by half. Even if they replenished, they could only recover part of their strength. However, those who survived the fierce battle with the Lesser King Stage Void Demon Army had more or less broken through. Each of them was stronger than before. In the Heavenly Halberd team, other than Iron Wall, Hong Yin, and Swift Shadow, Yin Mo had also unfortunately died under the claws of the Lesser King Stage Void Demons a year ago. Captain Heavenly Halberd and Snowblade had broken through to the early 8th Heaven Saint Realm. Cold Nether Spear had reached the peak of the 7th Heaven Saint Realm. He was only a hair's breadth away from breaking through. The others had also improved by quite a bit. Another point was that there were new recruits from the reserve force of the mysterious God Death Division. Their code names were Hun Gang and Qing Meng. The 9th year. Chapter 1574. Boom! When a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky and appeared tens of thousands of meters away, a loud explosion resounded through the heavens and earth. Chunzong flew forward at an astonishing speed, following the direction of the call. It was the call from the King Naming Tower. The closer he got, the stronger the call became. The King Naming Tower was very special in the Lingwu sacred world. It seemed to exist within the Lingwu sacred world, but it was also independent of the Lingwu sacred world. It was a treasure of heaven and earth that complemented the will of the Lingwu sacred world. No one knew when the King Naming Tower appeared. They only knew that it was a long, long time ago, even before the era of the Emperor Lingwu. After all, even the Emperor Lingwu had entered the King Naming Tower and obtained title. No one knew where the King Naming Tower was located. Everyone who went to the King Naming Tower followed the call of the King Naming Tower as a guide, going forward and forward until they reached their destination. It might take a few days to reach the King Naming Tower, or it might take more than 10 days, or even a few months. All in all, different people would take different amounts of time to reach the King Naming Tower, but they would all arrive before the 10-year deadline. Chunzong did not know how long it would take him to reach the King Naming Tower. His original body was summoned by the King Naming Tower, but his clone was not. After all, his clone and Chunzong's soul were one. Therefore, Chunzong's original body set off while his clone remained in the Void battleground to continue killing Void demons, absorbing their vitality to restore the power of the Nirvana Evil Sword. After so many years, Chun Xiu's cultivation base had reached the 8th level Saint Rudiment stage, and his Blazing Azure technique had also reached the highest level. However, the Blazing Azure technique was incomplete. It was missing the last 3 levels. However, Chun Xiu's comprehension was high, his foundation was deep, and his physique was special. Therefore, he used the previous 27 levels of the Burning Fiend Azura technique as a foundation to deduce the 28th and 29th levels. Only the 30th level was left, but it was only a matter of time. As for the high-grade Heavenly Fiend Tao Intent, it had reached the 9th revolution. Even a Heavenly King Stage Void Demon was no match for Chun Xiu. If he used the Nirvana Evil Sword, even a Demigod Stage Void Demon could be killed. With such strength, unless he encountered a Demigod-level Void Demon, like the Headless Troll, he would be able to dominate the Void battlefield. Of course, with Chun Xiu's current strength, even if the Headless Giant Devil was a Void Fiend, he would still be able to contend with it if he used the Evil Eye of Obliteration. However, if he encountered someone like the Xinxian Army Lord, he would be defeated in an instant. However, demigod-level void demons of this level wouldn't appear so easily. As long as he was careful enough, he would be safe. In the Mystic Essence world, Chunzong constantly flew forward at an astonishing speed. He had already been flying for more than 10 days. Apart from feeling that the summoning of the Monarch Bestowment Pagoda was getting stronger, he had yet to arrive. Chunzong was calm and collected. As he flew rapidly in the direction of the summoning, he spared some of his attention to comprehend the sword doctrine. Even though his current strength had greatly improved compared to the past, Chunzong wasn't arrogant or complacent. There were plenty of people who were stronger than him. There were countless people who were stronger than him. Complacency and pride would become obstacles to his improvement. Although he felt that he had reached a bottleneck in all aspects and couldn't improve, he still couldn't relax. Cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If he didn't advance, he would fall behind. Improvement, advancing bravely and advancing courageously, was the way of the sword. Chunzong's eyes were reserved, but in the deepest part, there seemed to be an earth-shattering sword light that could pierce through everything. Putting everything aside, the pure sword was stabbing and slashing. Stabbing was using the tip of the sword to pierce through everything. Slashing was using the blade to split everything apart. The sword was a killing weapon. Stabbing and slashing were the essence of the sword. As for the other aspects, they were just a form of derivation and extension. Putting aside all obstacles, seeing one's nature, the heart of the sword was clear and the essence was clear. Pure. Extreme. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The feeling of being summoned was getting stronger and stronger. It was so strong that Chunzong felt like he couldn't control himself. Immediately, there seemed to be a 9-colored light bursting out in front of him. It turned into a vortex that seemed to be spinning in a normal direction and also in a reverse direction. It was strange and variegated, but it was full of amazing mysteries. Inside the vortex, a 9-colored passage could be vaguely seen. As it spun, it kept extending. He didn't know where it led to. Chunzong stopped. He narrowed his eyes and stared, but he couldn't see through it. However, with the appearance of the 9-colored vortex and the 9-colored passage, the feeling of being summoned multiplied. Chunzong almost couldn't control his body. King Naming Pagoda. Chunzong murmured. His eyes shot out a sharp light like a sword. He no longer controlled his body. In an instant, he turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed into the 9-colored vortex. The moment Chunzong rushed into the 9-colored vortex, the vortex shrank rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Not even the slightest aura was left. It was as if it had never appeared. Everything was an illusion, but it wasn't an illusion. Chunzong kept moving forward along the 9-colored passage. He didn't need to exert any strength. He was pulled along by a force and quickly flew forward. As he moved forward, Chunzong also paid attention to the passage. The 9 colors were constantly intertwining, and the 9 auras were constantly changing. Each aura was full of amazing mysteries. It was unfathomable, like an abyss. Chunzong was shocked. Compared to the mysteries he had comprehended, it was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. They were on 2 completely different levels. However, when Chunzong wanted to calm down and comprehend it, he found that the gap between their levels was too big. He couldn't comprehend any mysteries. It felt like he was trying to comprehend Tao intent when he was in the transcendent realm. It was like a natural chasm. In the next moment, the force pulled him out of the nine-colored passage. What greeted him was a clear stream. It was cool and refreshing like the wind. It made him feel like he was bathing in the warm sun and enjoying the cool mountain breeze. It was very comfortable, and all his worries and fatigue were gone. The sky was high and blue, just like a huge, flawless sapphire. Anyone who saw it couldn't help but feel their heart and soul become clear. Looking down, there was a deep blue ocean. The waves were crystal clear and vast. In the middle of the ocean, there was a small island. On the island, one could see a tall tower. The pagoda was completely black. It was so black that it seemed to be a piece of nothingness. It could absorb and contain everything. Magnificent, mysterious, profound, vast, boundless. King-naming tower, Chunzong said softly. There was an indescribable shock and excitement in his heart. Even though they were far apart, more than 100,000 meters away, Chunzong felt that the tower was standing in front of him. It was as if it was standing in his spirit, sea, and soul. He moved and used the sixth step of the thunder stamp, 9 heavens. With a flash of lightning, he flew forward at an astonishing speed. More than 100,000 meters was nothing to Chunzong. He crossed it quickly and entered the island. Oh, someone else is here. Chunzong wasn't the only one. There were already many people on the island. Chunzong landed on the island and glanced around. He estimated that there were about 1,000 people here, so he wasn't surprised. After all, the king-naming tower belonged to the Lingwu sacred world. This was the saying in the past. Now, it should be said that the king-naming tower belonged to the Tianyuan sacred world. As for the great wilderness, it was separated from the Tianyuan sacred world. After the ancient war, the Lingwu sacred world was shattered. The will of heaven and earth was greatly affected. It separated the Tianyuan sacred world and the great wilderness from the other domains. The king-naming tower chose to give up on the other domains. Therefore, the saint from the other domains couldn't challenge the king-naming tower to obtain a title. After so many years, there were no records or legends about the king-naming tower in the other domains. No one knew about the existence of the king-naming tower. This was unfair, but it was the truth. The ancient war was too intense. It had caused too much damage to the Lingwu sacred world. There was nothing they could do. Unless they could recover one day, the other domains still had no chance. They would only fall far behind the Tianyuan sacred world. If that wasn't the case, there would be more people at the king-naming tower instead of less than 1,000 now. These people were from the 9 realms of the Tianyuan sacred world. As long as they broke through to the saint realm, they could challenge the king-naming tower within 10 years. If they succeeded, they would obtain a title and the recognition of the Lingwu sacred world's will of heaven and earth. It would be more helpful to their cultivation. Of course, not everyone could succeed in the challenge. There was only one chance. If they failed, they wouldn't be able to obtain a title and everything would go back to normal. For the saint realm, if they failed the challenge, they wouldn't lose anything. However, if they succeeded, they would gain a lot. Therefore, unless there was a special reason, no one would give up this opportunity. Chunzong's arrival was normal and didn't attract much attention. However, there were a few people who glanced at Chunzong. Chu Zhongyang, Sumu Bai. Chu Zhongyang and Sumu Bai both broke through to the saint realm earlier than Chunzong. However, it was only a few months earlier. Therefore, they didn't set off for the king-naming tower until the 9th year. Including the time they took to travel, they arrived here a few days earlier than Chunzong. Among the 1,000 saint realm cultivators, some were from the profound origin world, and some were from the other 8 realms. However, not everyone was a prodigy. Most of them were ordinary cultivators. Chunzong also noticed Chu Zhongyang and Sumu Bai. He nodded slightly as a greeting. However, Chu Zhongyang's expression was a little complicated. He didn't respond. Even now, he still couldn't get rid of this dark feeling. On the other hand, Sumu Bai smiled and nodded in response to Chunzong. He was very open-minded. After all, he had only fought with Chunzong once. The impact wasn't as obvious as Chu Zhongyang's. Other than Chu Zhongyang and Su Mu Bai, there were other geniuses from the profound origin world. However, Chunzong wasn't familiar with them. Turning around, Chunzong looked at the king-naming tower. Looking at it from such a close distance, he could feel the mysteries of the king-naming tower. It was even more amazing. Moreover, there seemed to be all kinds of colors flashing by. There seemed to be 9 colors. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.